that are here, Royal Highness. First, I'm the Ministry of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in South Africa. I have the distinct honor and privilege to serving as the during this forum, both today and tomorrow. Of course, I will be assisted in the process by other colleagues who will serve as facilitators for the various thematic sessions. This forum is sitting in a city called eThekwini. It's one of our metros here in South Africa. So it's only fitting that as we start the program, we request the city, which is hosting us, to welcome us to this forum. It is my honor, therefore, Your Excellencies, to request Her Worship, the Deputy Mayor of the city of eThekwini, to welcome us. Okay, there's been a request that we start off with the national anthem. We had earlier checked on with the technical team. They had it lined up, hope that they still do. If we could then request the technical team to with the national anthem. Of course, as a standard protocol dictates, when the national anthem is being played or being sung, we show honor and respect by standing up and also asking the men who are in the house, those who must be wearing hats, to please remove their hats, with the exception of those who are usually, we have an exception for those who are members of the security services. National anthem, please. Thank you very much. We may be seated. Your Worship.
Thank you, Program Director, KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Ms. Nomsa Dube-Ncube, Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Ms. Thembisile Kadimeng, the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders and the Khoisan, the SALGA President, Councillor Begestofile, the Deputy Ministers in our midst, the Director General present, and the senior officials from government, Executive Director of UN Habitat, the heads of delegation from BRICS Partnership, the councillors from different municipalities, the councillors from eThekwini, these distinguished guests in our midst, members of the media, all protocol is indeed observed. Good morning. We say in isiZulu, Sanbonan. The BRICS Urbanization Forum comes at a time when the cities around the world are grappling with the rapid urbanization and struggling to meet the service delivery demands. And as a result of the increase in population, therefore, we are delighted today that we are playing as a host to the key policymakers, the government academia, the experts, to explore the various ways to build the resilient cities and then ensure a better life for all the residents. On behalf of the people of eThekwini municipality, we would like to extend the warmest welcome to you. We continue to be grateful to everyone involved for choosing the city of Durban as the venue of choice for such events. Held under the theme, Advancing, Strengthening, Building the Urban Resilience. This gathering is an opportunity for us to chart a new path forward, building the cities of the future. We are called upon in this regime of the urban living by creating a conducive environment for the future generation and to inherit a clean and a sustainable world. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the issue of rapid urbanization and its impact on the city of Durban, in very ways. For instance, the mushroom of the informal settlement put a lot of strain on water, electricity infrastructure, amongst all other things. Currently, the city has over 600 informal settlements. The recent floods and the fire disasters have reminded us of an urgent intervention that we need to look into. We are continuously engaging the relevant stakeholders, including the communities, with the aim of finding lasting solution to the challenge. We must state that constantly the movement of people flocking into the city has made the housing and other infrastructure backlog in target. However, we are happy to see that one of this discussion, which will be discussed here, the issue of sustainable human settlement and alternative infrastructure approaches. We look forward to hear some of the suggestions on how to build the resilient, affordable, safe, and sustainable human settlement. Program Director, it is our hope that the discussion and the proposal from this forum will influence the meeting of the heads of states when they gather for the BRICS summit. next month. So we are saying we must today work very serious and dedicated, all of us, to put effort so that we can come up with amicable solutions. We strongly believe that this forum will be a catalyst for global solidarity and to encourage activity at all levels to continue to work towards building a sustainable communities. It must also help us to find the creative ways to empower communities, structures to play a meaningful role in how to build a better future for all communities. Otherwise, there is always a risk that in such gatherings, people have a notion to say it's just a talk show. We understand for the mere fact that we are here to come up with solutions, to also to share the successes from different countries. In my conclusion, we look forward to learning from other counterparts from other parts of the world who are part of the BRICS family. Let us make sure that this meeting also identify the areas of cooperation and act as a vehicle to strengthen the existing partnership. We have no doubt that you are going to enjoy your stay in this beautiful city. Please take time to experience the warmth of the people of eThekwini. We also want to invite you to visit the eThekwini Municipality Pavilion, where we are showcasing some of the initiatives and programs of building a resilient city. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the attention. I thank you.
Let's once again thank the Deputy Mayor of the host city, Councillor Zandile Myeni. Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, we also joined in this session by the presidency of the South African Local Government Association. The president himself is here, and the deputy president and other officials, senior officials from the South African Association of the South African Local Government Association. I've also been requested to announce that those participants who may require translation services, gadgets are available right there at the back, towards on my left there at the back. So participants may, in an orderly manner, those who require translation services, approach the team there at the back to avail the gadgets for them. We're also aware that there is a delay in terms of the translation service kicking in. The technical team is working on that, and we'll make sure that it runs as soon as those technical glitches are sorted out. Ladies and gentlemen, not only are we hosted by the city of eThekwini, but we are hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And once again, it is fitting that we have the Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal also make remarks so that we don't only feel at home here in the city of eThekwini, but in the province as a whole. The Honorable Namusa Dube Ngube, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge you as the DG for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I also wish to acknowledge my Minister, Minister Nkadimeng, the Minister of the Cities of Brazil, Mr. Fildo. I also wish to acknowledge the Deputy Ministers of COGTA, Deputy Minister Parkstow, Deputy Minister of Traditional Affairs, Deputy Minister Bans Ngamashe, the President of SALGA, Mr. Stofile, the First Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities of the Federation of Russia, Mr. Lomakin. I do also wish to acknowledge the Director General for All Mission Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs of India, Mr. Narayan, the Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development for China, Mr. Qin Xiangkim, the Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders, the Chairperson of Traditional Leaders, my apology, Khosi Setlholo, Executive Director of UN Habitat, Mr. Sharif, the Deputy Minister, all Deputy Ministers that are present, the Mayor, who is the Acting Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Mieni, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the members of the media, I also wish to greet everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Anybody home? It's a bit dark, so I don't know whether there's anybody there. I stand with utmost honor to address this August gathering of the Africa BRICS Urbanization Forum meeting here at this great city of eThekwini in KwaZulu-Natal. We join the delegates to this conference to congratulate the unfolding term of South Africa as BRICS chair, which commenced on the 1st of January 2023 under the theme BRICS in Africa, Partnership to Mutually Accelerate Growth, Sustainable Development and Inclusive Multilateralism. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are privileged to be part of this great moment in our history, wherein our country serves as key anchor in the development of the multipolar world that is being led by the phenomenon which is BRICS. We take this opportunity to welcome you all to this beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, and indeed those that come from Brazil, China, India, Russia, and other African countries. I have no doubt that in time to come, we will look back with pride and a sense of achievement at the role that Africa, South Africa, and KwaZulu-Natal would have contributed to the attainment of a better world for all. Program Director, the research studies show that the African continent is projected to have the world's fastest urban growth rate, with home to additional 950 million inhabitants. Much of this growth is taking place in the small and medium-sized towns as people migrate to urban areas in search of better economic opportunities. As a result, cities continue to experience a rapid increase in slums and informal settlement that we see mushrooming in areas that are not sustainable for human habitation. This rapid urbanization also brings major risks and challenges, especially in the emerging economies in BRICS countries. These urbanization risks include pressures to infrastructure, such as electricity, water, and sanitation. The unsustainable housing and road network are being stretched well beyond its capacity. We've seen also the destruction in the rehabilitation of our areas, which cause soil degradation and causes also untold disasters as we have experienced recently. There are many other climate change related risks associated with urbanization and increased pollution that we are experiencing. These challenges our governments with the daunting task of thinking how we are going to move our people in future. Your Excellencies, in South Africa, the level of quality of planning of urban centers has been historically driven largely on racial factors. We are, however, dealing away with those apartheid boundaries. This quality also impacted on residents' access to surveyed land parcels with registered plans and land records of the rights of holders. Cities of future require smart human settlement planning and delivery of integrated, accessible social facilities to help overcome the deficiencies that were created by apartheid through the delivery of healthier and well-planned human settlement. eThekwini municipality, known as Durban, which is where we are today, has also a population of approximately 4 million, just over 1/3 of the population of KwaZulu-Natal. It is our only metro in the province and accounts for approximately 60% of the provincial economic activity. That is a big weight to be carried by one metro. And as a result of this, Durban has experienced challenges of approximately more than 600 informal settlement, as the mayor has also highlighted, and also experiencing currently a housing backlog estimated to more than 470,000, which results in constraints related to bulk services, in particular, the water, sanitation, and solid waste removal. The government is building integrated human settlement for our people, and we are also able to upgrade the privately owned land recently, thanks to the judgment that ensured that our communities, even though they might not be owning that land, but governments are obliged to upgrade those settlements to ensure that people live in a place where they have facilities as well as services. As we speak, today's theme, which is advancing, strengthening, and building urban resilience, which focuses our attention on addressing urban resilience in the face of challenges faced by, including amongst others, climate change. We look forward to the discussions and the presentations from our BRICS countries and cities. As a province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are keen to learn from the experiences and the expertise of countries and states which are part of BRICS Forum, but also those who may today be outside and who are part of this gathering. As we indicated during BRICS Youth Summit last week, we see this forum as a platform for also young people to grow and develop their leadership skills and to extend the span of their universe beyond the four corners of South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal. We are fully aware that as part of developing world, we are responsible for the least causes of climate change. But we have come to realize that when a house is burning, it is not only those who started the fire who have the responsibility to extinguish that fire. The task of major emerging economies such as Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa is to play a significant role in localizing the Sustainable Development Goals and implementing actions at the local level to address all the challenges of the sustainable development, urban resilience, and rapid urbanization. The effects of climate change in our province is no longer a theory. We are experiencing it. Some of the most devastating floods in our history we've also experienced in 2022, which killed almost 400 people and caused damage worth billions of rands. The challenge, therefore, for all of us is to act locally and tackle our challenges today, but also look at what's happening globally. So this BRICS gathering is an opportunity to cement the global partnership for the adoption of the climate-smart agriculture, sustainable urbanization, the continued investment in the industrial decarbonization, and the building of the environments that are safe and healthy in our towns, in our cities, rural areas, urban areas, township, and suburbs. We would like to take this opportunity to call on all our friends who are part of this conference to identify those sectors of potential investments across our economy, including the maritime, agriculture, transport, finance, education, and many more other sectors. We have all our agencies and our colleagues on standby to assist you with information to ensure that we rebuild and grow a better and sustainable Africa and KwaZulu-Natal. We wish you all a fruitful engagement and an enjoyable stay in KwaZulu-Natal. And we're really looking forward to you also exploring many more sites that we have, our two heritage sites of Drakensberg Mountain, Dabazo Katlamba, as well as the wetlands of Isimangaliso. We're looking forward really to you as our partners engaging in a fruitful manner of building our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Let's thank him one more time. Thank her one more time. Both the Deputy Mayor and the Premier have invited us to also enjoy the beauty of the city and of the province and take some time off to do that. Of course, with an emphasis that that should be done after our sessions, not during, because we need all participants with us here throughout the sessions. Your Excellencies and Royal Highnesses, at this point we are now going to invite, I did indicate earlier that we also joined by the presidency of the South African Local Government Association. We are going to invite the president of SALGA, Councillor Bheki Stofile, also to make an address. We have been advised that at around 5 to 12, we are going to transition from, to a generator. So Councillor Stofile, I'm President, there will be that slight interruption. Let's welcome.
Program Director, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister of Human Settlement, all ministers responsible for urban development in the BRICS nations, Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the leadership from the traditional House of Traditional Leaders in our parliament in the Republic, Deputy President of SALGA, and NEC members collective that are here, executive mayors, speakers, and leaders from local government across the BRICS nations, executive Director for UN Habitat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Leadership Collective of Local Government in South Africa. On behalf of this collective, the South African Local Government Association is honored by the invitation to give a statement of support to this important gathering. We just note with a little bit of concern, though, that in the program of this session, we are the only local government participants. We do not see our counterparts from other BRICS partners participating in the program. Yet, urbanization is very much a phenomenon that takes place in cities and urban local government by local authorities. Notwithstanding, we hope this forum will still be able to bring life into sub-national government and community cooperation amongst BRIC member countries. The cooperation between all arms and spheres of state are therefore essential, including organized local government formations in the BRIC countries. Platforms such as the BRICS Urbanization Forum are important for the promotion of multilateral dialogues to find solutions to many challenges facing the sustainable development of our cities and towns. While led by the national ministries, and rightfully so, this forum must assist to strengthen the voice of local government in various multilateral engagement. This includes support for the localization of SDGs to sub-national level. Remember, these global commitments will be met or failed at the local level. In pursuit of support, the local state in localizing the SDG especially, but not limited to SDG level, which relates to cities and communities. SALGA wishes that countries within the BRICS family can facilitate mechanisms for local government to collaborate on exchange of knowledge and tools and solutions to global challenges that impact on various elements of the sustainable urbanization, such as promotion of sustainable development, peaceful coexistence of citizens in our cities, climate resilience, and protection of our vulnerable citizens from the negative impact of climate change and growing occurrences of related disasters in our cities. We must also strengthen our planned tools to realize the global of valuable cities and creation of spaces of harmony where citizen vulnerabilities like exposure to homelessness, crime, and poverty can be reduced. Leadership, and ladies and gentlemen, urbanization is a real, irreversible phenomenon, and in many ways, desirable. It creates efficiencies and opportunities if managed well. Its impact is felt across the communities and spaces from cities, centers to rural peripheries. We must understand that the BRICS family is largely comprised of developing economies, which are significantly affected by the phenomenon of urbanization. The developing world is urbanizing at much faster rate than the West does, creating all sorts of challenges for us. Of course, among ourselves here, we are urbanizing at different rates. The estimate level of urbanization among BRICS countries ranges from high urbanization rates, such as in Brazil at 90%, Russia 73%, one in the end have China with 56% and 31% in India. South Africa is somewhere in the middle with 62% urbanization rate. This means that we have varying nuances journey to address the opportunities and challenges we face. This itself presents an opportunity to learn from one another and thus support one another's urbanized differently. in a sustainable way. Notwithstanding our new census journey, all local and regional governments with the BRICS family need to be capacitated to satisfy the growing demands of our citizens, including access to basic services and climate resilience infrastructure that can support their aspirational socio-economic activities, where prosperity can be sustained. Turning to the climate change as it affects local government, are facing the negative impact of extreme climate events such as severe droughts and heavy rainfalls. These have put infrastructure and basic services under threats. Climate-related challenges on infrastructure and economic sector, in the turn, strain public budgets and reduce the attractiveness for private investors. If not addressed, climate-related risk could jeopardize our country's economic growth and financial stability, while disappropriately affecting the poor and vulnerable groups. We call on the BRICS partners to elevate cooperation in respect of efforts to respond to the climate change. We must create sustainable development pathway for resilient communities. However, the low carbon resilient society requires a structural change of enormous scale and speed. This requires joint action by all sectors of society and levels of government. Coordinating these efforts and ensuring their inherence within a multi-level governance system is key to driving forward effective, efficient, and ambitious climate actions. With this background, SALGA calls on the BRICS member state to establish a local government climate change program that enables local government to build their own coalitions, climate-related technical skills, ensure resources and access to financial for local action, and strengthen local peer-to-peer learning and exchange of good practice. One of the constraints to all of this is funding. We call for BRICS family of nations to design innovative alternative funding solution to support infrastructure development, implementation of programs such as enhancing resilience to climate and disaster in our cities. Cities are in the forefront or online in climate change action, but they are unable to shoulder the massive infrastructure investment and adaptations efforts required for sustainability. Low to no carbon emission and climate resilience development, it is important that cities gain access to climate finance and enables both the immediate recovery from extreme events and their resultant losses, as well as the transformation of service delivery that allows adaptability to long-term in addressing the challenges that local government sphere is facing. As a result, the purpose BRICS local government climate change program must be anchored in unlocking funding for adaptation and mitigation while supporting cities to establish the necessary human capital in their administration to enhance their capacity to attract climate smart investments. In conclusion, Chair, we support and wish delegates to this 2023 BRICS Urbanization Forum a resounding success. The leadership and servants of the people at the local level took forward to implement practical programs that will emerge from the outcomes of this forum. As we seek to deliver on the task ahead, I would like to remind us of all of our founding father, Dr. Nelson Mandela, co-claim with Chairman Mao Zedong. They pointed out to us that our point of departure is to serve people wholeheartedly, and what we must hold ourselves accountable to our people. They highlight that every word we say, every act we do, and every policy that guides us must be in the interest of our people. The people of various BRICS nations are looking up on us to uphold and protect their interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President of SALGA. I think a very strong message also coming through, apart from the commitment of local government to the very theme that brings us here today is an appeal to ensure that in the BRICS family, local governments, not only here in South Africa, but in India, in China, and Russia, are part of this process, with the president raising a concern that it would appear that it's only South African local government that is represented in this forum. Definitely something that would need to be taken up and followed up on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment I spoke about a little earlier, so we're going to just pause for a few minutes to allow that transition. I'm advised that the screens will remain on to provide a bit of lighting, but the lights themselves may go off, but that is just for a few minutes to allow for that change in terms of the source of energy. So please bear with us for a few minutes as we change from the to a generator system to supply us with energy. Thank you. It's right in front of the deputy minister, and he's not seeing his picture there. So we need to sort that out. Otherwise, he's not going to come to the podium. Could we sort that out, please? Okay. Deputy Minister, you're happy it's there. Thank you very much. Let's welcome the Deputy Minister, Honorable Parkstad.
Thank you very much to our program director and the director general. I should say, DG, that I'm not the speaker, so you don't need my picture. Let me, of course, acknowledge our guests, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Mayor of eThekwini, and the Premier of Gauteng. Wrong province. It's habit. It's habit. Remember, Premier, I used to work there. I had to do it as a rule. So it comes in as the Premier of, so at least I didn't make mistake with the mayor. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal. Distinguished leaders of delegations, distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the urbanization of our planet is at greatest momentum within the BRICS countries, representing a significant percentage of the global population, means increasing pressure on urban areas to provide critical access to infrastructure, economic, and housing opportunities. In the South African context, we have witnessed extensive urbanization with close to 70% of our population now living in our cities and towns. In the historic context of colonialism and apartheid, which denied access to urban life for the majority of South Africans, we have witnessed an exponential increase in urbanization and migration as more people flock to our urban centers to benefit from the agglomeration effect of urban living. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs plays a key role in driving legislation and also frameworks guiding territorial development through our district development model. As the custodian of the Integrated Urban Development Framework, which is our national urban policy in line with the new urban agenda, the department is working with all of government and other role players in confronting the challenges and also leveraging the opportunities presented by rapid urbanization in our country. These policies guide and support the work of our cities and towns as the drivers of inclusive urban growth and growth nationally. This forum allows all participants to reflect on urbanization processes and ensure that residents, economies, and environments benefit from the urban dividend. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is pleased as the country convener to offer the opening address for this auspicious occasion. As such, it is a great honor to introduce our Minister, Minister Nkadimeng. Minister Nkadimeng has played a critical role in the development of democratic South Africa. Before being appointed as minister, she served as deputy minister of the department. She has extensive experience working in local government at the coalface of shaping towns and cities as the former executive mayor of the Polokwane municipality and as president of the South African Local Government Association and also served as co-president of the United Cities and Local Governments. This experience has enabled her to strategically support all actors in more sustainable and inclusive urbanization. She serves as a voice of inspiration locally and globally on matters urbanization. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister Teming Kadimeng to the podium to address us. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Tau. You can see everyone has transformed technologically except for me. I still stick to the traditional route. Program Director, our acting mayor, Councillor Mieni from the city of eThekwini, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the province with the surname, Ms. Nomusa Dube-Ncube, the president of SALGA, Councillor Bheki Stofile, and representative from our BRICS countries, Brazil, Mr. Philo, the Minister of Cities, Russia, led by Mr. Lomakin, the First Deputy Minister, and India, represented by Mr. Narayan, who's the Director General for Housing for All Missions in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and China, Mr. Haixiang, who's the Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development. My colleagues, Deputy Minister of Traditional Affairs, Chawe, Zolile Benz Ngamashe, Deputy Minister of DICOC, Mr. Parkstow, our chairperson for the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khoshi Siatlulo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It is with a great pleasure and actually pride that I stand in front of you today on behalf of South Africa and wish you and extend our warm and heartfelt welcome to you as we gather here in the vibrant city of Durban, eThekwini in South Africa. On behalf of our nation and its people, I'm equally humbled to host this auspicious occasion. Durban as our host holds a unique place in the history of South Africa. This bustling metro on the shores of the Indian Ocean has long been a symbol of resilience, unity, and progress. It is a city where diverse cultures converge, and through decades, it has stood as a testament for the triumph of our democracy and building on the advantages that adversity can bring. It is an honor to address you this midday at the BRICS Urbanization Forum, a gathering of minds committed to tackling the complex challenges posed by rapid urbanization and urban resilience in our cities. We've heard the Honorable Premier earlier on and the Mayor saying, the city of eThekwini has, for example, at the rapid growth that it is experiencing, close to around 600 informal settlements. This is a platform which presents a unique opportunity for all of us, them included, to explore the various aspects of how do we turn our areas resilient and how do we discuss ways of advancing and accelerating and equally strengthening the development of the multitude of challenges against the multitude of challenges that we face today. But it's also a time to reflect and question ourselves. Why do people move from one area to the other? How can we maximize for the benefit of those cities? But also, how do we develop intermediary cities and small towns to ensure that we keep the element of migration where it is possible? All these areas can be made vibrant, centers of innovation, economic growth, and cultural exchange, no matter how small and rural they may be. However, we must also look at who bears the brunt of numerous challenges, which includes climate change, social vulnerabilities, and natural disasters, placing immense strain on infrastructure, resources, and communities. In cities like eThekwini, we have seen that such elements makes them to regress, while on small cities, while we are still anticipating to build and grow infrastructure-wise, you also are standing still because the little that you would have provided also gets to be eroded. So it is important that we recognize the agency of these challenges and work together to build a resilient environment that can withstand but equally recover promptly from the shocks, the stresses, and the risks we all face. As at a starting point, I want to put an emphasis on effective governance and effective policy frameworks, which will be vital in advancing urban resilience. As policymakers and leaders, we bear the responsibility to create an enabling environment that fosters collaboration, coordination, and innovative solutions amongst governments at all levels, including civil society. Through our model, we promote an inclusive notion of a whole government and a all of society approach in tackling our day-to-day challenges. Through this kind of approach, partnership and the sharing of best practices, we are developing robust strategies to integrate resilience into urban planning, infrastructure development, and emergency preparedness. Investing in resilient infrastructure, we have learned, is very crucial. Our cities are being assisted and on their own are building and getting equipped with reliable and sustainable systems for water supply, sanitation, energy, transportation, and communication. So by adopting this innovating technology and embracing the nature-based solutions, we can enhance the adaptability of our infrastructure, making it more resilient to climate change and other disruptive forces to prevent the regression that this post-democratic dispensation has seen in terms of improving access to a better life to a people of South Africa. We must jealously guard to ensure that the provision of services that we have started in the 30-year post-dispensation period is protected, cemented, protected, but also to ensure that we grow in the development of our people. Furthermore, the localization of our sustainable development goals plays an important role in strengthening national priorities towards sustainable development and building urban resilience. Each BRICS country has a unique context, unique challenges, and unique opportunities. It's demanding that we all make tailor-made approaches to achieve our sustainable development goals. So by localizing the SDGs, we align to our global aspirations with local realities, ensuring that our efforts are targeted and can bring much needed impact. So they must be impactful. This requires inclusive planning processes that engages communities, civil society organizations, and the private sector. Let me illustrate with some of the examples from our BRIC partners. In China, for instance, the concept of sponge cities has been implemented in Shanghai and Wuhan, integrating green infrastructure to absorb and manage stormwater, reducing the risk of flooding as a gain. In Brazil, for example, there has been a focus on favela upgrading programs. I hope I pronounced it right. in cities like Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, which as an end result, it improved infrastructure, social services in informal settlement, and enhanced resilience. Russia, we have learned that it has embraced the green building practices while also implementing measures which mitigate the urban heat in cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg. India, on another hand, has prioritized climate resilient housing and urban greening initiatives in various cities. So ourselves as South Africa, we have also been upgrading informal settlements and integrating, for example, renewable energy sources in its urban development plans. These examples demonstrate the diverse approaches and innovative practices employed by BRICS countries to enhance urban resilience. They showcase the importance of context and being specific in solutions that are driven by effective governance and policies that align with national priorities, and the localization of our SDGs become a gainer. However, our work does not end here. As we navigate the complexities of building urban resilience, let us also acknowledge the advent of urban data intelligence. Now more than ever, the strategic use of data becomes of utmost importance. Data provides insights into the vulnerabilities and the risk faced by our cities. It also allows us to be specific and look closely into targeted investment in resilient infrastructure, into our early warning systems, and of course, building capacity programs that will ensure that our resource centers and also our disaster management areas and programs are well capacitated. Therefore, we must embrace data-driven approaches. We must also invest in data collective systems, but also we must build analytical capacities. It's one thing to have the data, but appropriately analyzing it and turn it into useful information, you can then be able to harness from the power of data. You can monitor the effectiveness of your resilient strategies by using data measures, but you could also make informed decisions and optimize on your resource allocation, therefore improving on your planning and on your developmental strategies. Program Director, in conclusion, the journey towards urban resilience requires our unwavering commitment, collaboration, and support action, which must be collective. As a representative of the BRICS nation, we have a unique opportunity to lead by example, inspire one another, but inspire change as well, and build a better future for our cities and communities. Let us seize this opportunity of today and beyond with determination, empathy, and innovation for the benefit of today, of us present, but equally for the benefit of our future generations. I wish you well in the engagements that we have planned for this occasion. Let us participate in some key issues that will be debated on and learn from our fellow partners, being our international delegates, moving towards and creating resilient spaces in our cities and towns. We do this with the hope of advancing urban resilience for our sustainable cities, for our future generation. I thank you very much.
And with that, this BRICS Urbanization Forum is officially open. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister gave very practical examples of initiatives towards urban resilience in different BRICS member nations. and underscored the diversity that is there in the different initiatives and the creativity that is emerging. And it is exactly because of this diversity that we should use it as an opportunity to draw from it to ensure that we strengthen initiatives in our respective countries. Is that a launch announcement? No. It sounded like a launch announcement. Okay. But thanks once again, Honorable Minister. I got a message from one of the young people participating here, and he said to me, the honorable leaders sitting there in front before the session started, they were mic'd up. He, she, because I don't want people to start guessing who that could be, was saying, what's the purpose of those microphones? Wasn't the expectation that they could speak from where they are sitting? So I said, no, I have not been mic'd up, so I can't speak for them. So for me, I have to come here because I don't have one of those microphones. But I understand from the technical team that the understanding was that there is an option for those who would feel comfortable speaking from where they are sitting. And I didn't have that option, so that's why I have to come. I have to come here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, we're now going to have brief messages that will come from representatives of the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Two of them, according to the programs, will be through a video link where there will be a language other than English that is being used. We have already indicated that there are gadgets that are available there at the back for participants to make use of. And I've been advised that the translation service is also up and running, has been sorted out. So those who would want to make use of that facility, it is available. We also just want to indicate that in terms of the program, we should be breaking for lunch right now, but we want to catch up a little bit with time and just make sure that we proceed with the program as far as we can. And then we will then break for lunch. A little later, we'll take a late lunch. I'm gonna just check with the technical team if we are ready for the first brief message, which will be delivered by the Honorable Minister of Cities of Brazil, then Honorable Filho. Are we ready to have the connection? We are. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Quero iniciar cumprimentando a senhora Thembi Nkadimeng, ministra da Governança, Cooperativa e Assuntos Tradicionais da África do Sul, em nome de quem quero cumprimentar a todos os ministros e autoridades presentes a esta importante reunião dos BRICS. Senhoras e senhores, é uma honra e um prazer ter minha fala no Fórum de Urbanização dos BRICS, junto a representantes dos países do Fórum e do governo sul-africano. Gostaria de expressar a gratidão do Brasil e de meu ministério à República da África do Sul. Em razão de dificuldades de agenda relacionadas ao lançamento de políticas importantes para o desenvolvimento urbano brasileiro. Desde que o presidente Lula assumiu o cargo no Brasil para o seu terceiro mandato, em janeiro deste ano, temos restabelecido os princípios e tradições da nossa política de desenvolvimento, em consonância com os princípios consagrados em nossa Constituição, com o compromisso com o multilateralismo e com o diálogo e a paz entre as nações e com a promoção do desenvolvimento sustentável da justiça e da justiça social. Entendo que para atingir esses objetivos, devemos trabalhar em conjunto com os nossos parceiros, especialmente aqueles do Sul Global, que enfrentam desafios e restrições semelhantes. Nesse sentido, que o BRICS aprendendo juntos nos faz mais fortes. O objetivo do grupo de somar esforços para uma melhor governança global e para a cooperação entre os parceiros em diversas vertentes contribui para o fortalecimento de parcerias e da cooperação em setores prioritários para o desenvolvimento nacional. O lema da presidência sul-africana BRICS e África, parceria para o crescimento mútuo, acelerado, desenvolvimento sustentável e multilateralismo inclusivo, e o tema deste fórum, avançando a resiliência urbana para cidades e vilas sustentáveis para gerações futuras, reflete os desafios atuais e vão ao encontro das prioridades brasileiras. Quando tomei posse como ministro das cidades em janeiro deste ano, eu tinha plena consciência que começava ali o desafio de trazer de volta à sua plenitude um projeto sem paralelo para o desenvolvimento urbano no Brasil. E sinto que nós vivemos um momento histórico, não apenas pela retomada do papel do Brasil no mundo, mas também trabalhamos diariamente pela melhora das condições de vida da população brasileira e pelo desenvolvimento do país. Do ponto de vista das políticas públicas, destaco que os assentamentos urbanos são uma prioridade para o Brasil. O presidente Lula, ao recriar o Ministério das Cidades, legou a ele como prioridade as políticas de desenvolvimento e ordenamento do território urbano, de habitação, de saneamento ambiental, o que no Brasil inclui abastecimento de água, esgotamento sanitário, limpeza urbana, drenagem urbana e manejo de resíduos sólidos e de águas pluviais, e de mobilidade urbana. De maneira inédita no Brasil, também temos uma secretaria voltada exclusivamente às políticas para as periferias. Encerro minha fala deixando as portas abertas de meu ministério para o intercâmbio de experiências entre nossos governos, mecanismo tão importante de melhora e de aperfeiçoamento de nossas políticas e para o enfrentamento de desafios semelhantes. Agradeço novamente pela oportunidade de falar na abertura deste relevante evento e pela troca de experiências com os nossos parceiros do BRICS. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister, Minister of Cities in Brazil, the Honorable Filho. I think another round of applause will be appropriate. Those who did not take up the offer earlier to get these gadgets and probably didn't hear much or understand much of what the Honorable Minister was saying, I did warn you in advance. Deputy Minister, you understand? Yes, yes. So you'll agree with me that what the Honorable Minister was saying, he was expressing his appreciation of the excellent manner in which the program director is handling the day's events. Well, I mean, if you didn't have the gadget, then how would you know? After all, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, we are going to connect once again via video link for a brief address by a representative of Russia, the first Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities in the Russian Federation, the Honorable Lomagin. I take it that we are ready with the technical link once again. Yes, I think the Honorable Minister is already online. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день. Рад приветствовать вас на традиционной встрече представителей стран БРИКС, посвященной урбанизации и городскому развитию. Прежде всего, хотел бы поблагодарить действующего председателя в объединении БРИКС, Южноафриканскую республику, за успешную работу по подготовке этого мероприятия, представившего нам великолепную возможность в очередной раз обменяться мнениями и рассказать друг другу о достижениях и новейших тенденциях в области строительства и городского развития. Развитие сотрудничества в формате БРИКС – безусловный приоритет внешней политики России. Сотрудничество с Бразилией, Индией, Китаем и Южноафриканской республикой давно стало одним из ключевых направлений нашей международной деятельности и блестящим примером успешного, комплексного и многопланового взаимодействия. Проводимый на ежегодной основе традиционный форум БРИКС по вопросам урбанизации хорошо зарекомендовал себя в качестве площадки для плодотворного обмена мнениями и лучшими практиками в области урбанистического развития наших стран. Поддерживаем предложенную южноафриканским председательством тему текущего форума – это повышение жизнестойкости городов и обеспечение устойчивой урбанизации. Тематика развития городов и обеспечения устойчивой урбанизации важна и для Российской Федерации, где порядка 75% населения проживает в городах. Поэтому обеспечение населения доступным и комфортным жильем, формирование качественной и безопасной городской среды являются одним из приоритетов социально-экономического развития страны. Российская Федерация располагает огромным, проверенным временем опытом осуществления застройки и развития территорий. На сегодняшний день строительная отрасль является одним из главных драйверов экономического роста страны с огромным мультипликативным эффектом. Несмотря на очевидные трудности, связанные как с распространением глобальной пандемии коронавирусной инфекции, так и с невиданным по масштабам международным санкционным давлением, строительная отрасль России демонстрирует высокие, порой даже рекордные показатели. Так, по итогам прошлого года объем введенного в эксплуатацию жилья составил 103 миллиона квадратных метров, что на 11% больше, чем в 2021 году. Рассчитываем, что в этом году сохраним эти показатели и даже превысим их. В соответствии со стратегией развития строительной отрасли и жилищно-коммунального хозяйства в России планируется ввести в эксплуатацию 1 миллиард квадратных метров жилья к 2030 году. В целях обеспечения сбалансированного и устойчивого городского развития в России реализуется механизм комплексного развития территорий. Основная ценность механизма состоит в том, что он позволяет сочетать строительство жилья и создание объектов социальной, коммунальной, транспортной инфраструктуры для повышения уровня благоустройства и качества городской среды. Кроме того, КРТ позволяет сокращать долю непригодного для проживания граждан аварийного и ветхого жилого фонда. При координации Минстроя России активно осуществляется подбор территорий для комплексного развития, разрабатывается градостроительная документация, ведется поиск девелоперов для развития данных территорий. И в этом вопросе мы приветствуем развитие территории, позволяет инвестору строить долгосрочные планы, развивать территорию планомерно. В дополнение отметим, что одним из основных финансовых инструментов реализации КРТ реструктуризации бюджетных кредитов и ряд других важных финансовых инструментов. Структурное меню – одна из важнейших антикризисных мер поддержки регионов Российской Федерации. Продолжая инвестиционную тематику, необходимо подчеркнуть, что Министерством строительства и жилищно-коммунального хозяйства России проводится планомерная и методическая работа по сокращению инвестиционно-строительного цикла. Ожидаем, что инвестиционно-строительный цикл будет сокращен на 30% к концу следующего года. Общее количество документов, сведений, материалов и согласований теперь составляет 699 позиций против 989 позиций по состоянию на 2021 год, что, соответственно, снизило и сроки реализации строительных проектов с 2200 дней до 1500 дней. Это означает, что при возведении жилья, инфраструктурных, промышленных, социальных объектов строительные организации будут еще больше экономить времени и, соответственно, финансовых ресурсов. Оптимизация инвестиционно-строительного цикла, сокращение количества согласований и административных процедур позволит повысить эффективность отрасли, привлечь больше инвестиций и увеличить вклад в экономику страны. Говоря о развитии строительного комплекса, мы прежде всего подразумеваем наличие квалифицированных кадров в строительной отрасли. На наш взгляд, необходимо создавать условия в рамках объединения БРИКС для развития партнерства между профильными научно-исследовательскими институтами, высшими учебными заведениями, а также в целом содействовать укреплению связей между молодыми специалистами посредством разработки и реализации совместных научно-исследовательских проектов, организации программ академической мобильности, а также стажировок. Пользуясь настоящим случаем, имею честь вновь пригласить вас и представителей профессиональных сообществ ваших стран принять участие уже в 3-м международном строительном чемпионате, который пройдет в октябре текущего года, в октябре 2023 года в городе Санкт-Петербург. Это ежегодное мероприятие, объединяющее соревнования профессиональных специалистов в сфере промышленного и гражданского строительства, объединяет также деловую программу и выставочную программу. На сегодняшний день планируется участие порядка 40 иностранных государств, в том числе это государства-члены СНГ, ШОС, ЕАЭС, АСЕАН. Представляется важным обеспечение активного участия представителей стран БРИКС в указанном мероприятии. Участие, а также, возможно, создание объединенной команды БРИКС на соревновательной части чемпионата будет способствовать установлению непосредственно рабочего взаимодействия и приобретению реального опыта совместной практической работы. В завершении выступления отмечу, что, к сожалению, не смог принять участие очное в форуме, поэтому приходится принимать участие в формате видеоконференции. Вместе с тем, достижения строительного комплекса страны, а также в области обеспечения устойчивого городского развития будут представлены российскими специалистами очно в рамках работы на тематических сессиях форума. Позвольте пожелать партнерам по БРИКС и всем участникам плодотворной работы в ходе открывшегося форума. Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, благодарю всех за внимание. Спасибо.
Let's once again thank the Honorable Minister Lomakin, who is the first Deputy Minister of Construction, Housing and Utilities in the Russian Federation. I think another round of applause will be in order, and we really appreciate the fact that the Honorable Deputy Minister was able to bear with us in terms of the delay. This was a live link that we were having, and I think there's an hour, it's different between where we are in Moscow. But he was able to make the time to accommodate us and make the input on behalf of the Russian Federation. There's also an invitation that the Honorable Deputy Minister has extended to us for October 2023, where about 40 countries are expected to participate to exchange experiences and ideas and innovations. I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to get my passport ready for October. We're going to come back now to the city of eThekwini, Kosi Albert Lutuli International Conference Center, and give this opportunity to the Director General for Housing, for All Mission, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs in India, the Honorable Naren. The opportunity is yours. He's opting to come to the platform, so it's not my decision.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the South African presidency for organizing this in-person event, as past few events had to be conducted virtually due to global pandemic. I am humbled to visit Durban, a city that has deep connection with Mahatma Gandhi, our father of the nation. The unique non-violent resistance forms of satyagraha or passive resistance was first used by Mahatma Gandhi in Durban city itself. India places high importance to BRICS mechanism as challenges being first to achieve sustainable urbanization. Further, as a platform for dialogue and cooperation, BRICS Urbanisation Forum plays an immense role in the deepening our partnerships. We are glad to see that BRICS Urbanization Forum is happening immediately after Urban 20 Mayor Summit in Ahmedabad in India this month itself. More than 400 delegates from 92 cities participated in the event. I particularly thank representatives from BRICS member states in general and from Swane, eThekwini, and Buffalo City from South Africa in particular that enriched our discussions. This shows the power of cooperation and multilateral platforms. This year, our communique of Urban 20 was signed by most number of cities, and it is aligned with the theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Excellencies, about 400 million people, that is almost 34% of our population, lives in 5,000 statutory towns in India. It is estimated that at this current pace, by 2030, almost 600 million, and by 2050, more than 820 million people will be living in urban centers. We recognize that sustainable growth and achievement by SDGs by 2030 is not feasible without effective multi-level urban governance, and we have to achieve it. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have embarked on an ambitious journey for 9 years of urban transformation. The two main aspects of urban development in India are the development of new cities and modernization of old urban systems. We recognize that cities are innovation hubs and they are significant accelerators of economic growth, contributing to major share of GDP. We have been collectively channeling the comparative spirit of state government and urban local bodies in improving delivery of urban services and providing public amenities to citizens. Our various national development missions are underpinned by the belief that state governments, ULBs, and federal government are equal partner in improving the delivery of public services. Our urban development policies are based on three cardinal principles: the promotion of sustainable economic growth of cities, two, improving the quality of life of all urban residents, and third, the promotion of inclusive growth. Bearing that in mind, that cities generate wealth but also concentrate poverty and inequality, we introduced inclusive and equitable policies for the urban poor and vulnerable sections. This includes National Urban Livelihood Mission and PM Swanidhi, the two schemes which are special microcredit facilities for urban poor and street vendors to reduce poverty and vulnerability of the urban poor households. Another ambitious program is Housing for All Mission. This program, having constructed more than 12 million houses for urban poor, places women empowerment and gender equality at the center by making female head of family as joint or sole owner of the housing. These policies are living testimonials that inclusive development model, that is development for all with all, is the motto of our policies. Excellencies, our sustainable urban transport policies are designed to fulfill the climate change commitments. Every year, a record number of public transport and mobility options are added to urban landscape as countermeasures to climate change. Indian government has actively invested in development of metro rail systems across 20 cities, and operational length is at present more than 850 kilometers and is likely to increase almost double to 1600 kilometers in next 3 years. We are also supporting widespread use of innovation of technology and digitization under our smart city mission and rolling out this under 100 cities which are expected to become torchbearers or lighthouse cities. Our Clean India mission, Amrit mission, both work for cleanliness, sanitation, and providing basic civic amenities such as water supply, parks, street lights, and urban planning. These missions not only show the federal government's support to urban local bodies financially, but also technically in achieving all such public utilities and facilities to all its citizens. Excellencies, the cities have been gradually recovering from adverse effects of pandemic and consequent negative impact on economic growth. With climate change in our mind, the core task for policymakers in our nations would be finding ways to build resilient urban economies through sustainable and innovative municipal finances. Urban resilience can be achieved only through resilient infrastructure, equitable and inclusive urbanization, diverse economic activities, urban planning, and governance ecosystem. We also need to note that climate action, disaster resilience, and better quality of life for all our citizens can be delivered only if cities and national governments work together as equal partners. I am confident that the deliberations in various sessions in these 2 days will be fruitful and discuss solutions to common challenges faced by our cities, and it will lead to actionable solutions that we can provide for our cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Director General. The portfolio is called Housing for All. housing for all mission. Now, if you appreciate the scale of the extent to which the mission will have to go in India to make sure that there is housing for all, you can then understand the critical lessons that other BRICS nations will learn from the experiences of India in achieving their target of ensuring that there is housing for all. Once again, let's thank the Director General who represented the government of India with another round of applause, please. Now, next up, when I was asking the delegation from China, how do I introduce the Honorable Minister, they said, just say Mr. Chin. So I said, but wouldn't that be disrespectful because you. So when you
当前，中国正处于城镇化快速发展的中后期，城市的发展进入了城市更新的重要时期，由大规模的增量建设转向存量的体制改造和增量结构调整并重的阶段。从解决有没有的问题 和新的挑战和问题，比如一些大城市的城市病问题仍然比较突出，交通拥堵、出行难、停车难。一些城市早期建设的房屋和基础设施开始老化，存在安全隐患。原来的城市规划建设管理制度今年召开的中国共产党第20次全国代表大会提出，坚持人民城市人民建，人民城市为人民，提高城市规划建设治理水平。常有序运行，实现城市安全风险防控从被动应对转向主动预防。在智慧城市建设方面，我们强和风险普查和城市市政基础设施普查成果的基础上，推进住房和城乡建设领域数字化应用和发展，打造数字住建， 大力推进基于数字化、网络化、智能化的新型城市基础设施建设，建设城市信息模型基础平台和城市运行管理服务平台，实施智能化市政基础设施建设和改造，协同发展智慧城市基础设施与智能网联汽车，推动发展数字家庭、智慧社区和智慧建造，让城市更聪明一些、更智慧一些，推进城市治理体系和治理能力的现代化。为了更好支撑城市更新重点任务，一方面，我们坚持科技引领，把科技创新摆在更加突出的位置，持续巩固提升领先技术，大力推广应用惠民实用技术，以科技赋能城市高质量发展，造福群众幸福生活。另一方面，坚持改革创新，建立和完善城市体检评估机制，查找人民群众身边的急难愁盼问题和影响城市竞争力、承载力和可持续发展的短板弱项，强化体检评估结果应用，把解决查找出的短板问题作为城市更新的重要任务。同时，加快完善城市规划建设管理制度，形成与城市更新内涵体制发展相适应的体制机制和政策体系。在致力于推动中国城市发展的同时，中国积极支持联合国人机署开展世界城市日、全球可持续发展城市奖等工作，为推动全球城市可持续发展作出贡献。每年10月31日的世界城市日是联合国设立的首个以城市为主题的纪念日。今年是世界城市日10周年，中国将举办世界城市日中国主场活动，为全球城市探讨应对城市发展面临问题提供平台。希望金砖国家以世界城市日为平台，积极开展活动，呼吁国际社会更加关注城市的可持续发展。女士们、先生们，城镇化关系民生福祉和经济社会发展全局。我相信金砖5国在城镇化领域有着很多的共同话题和广阔的合作空间。中方愿与金砖各国携手努力，在2030年可持续发展议程、新城市议程的倡导下，广泛开展交流合作，深入分享中国实施城市更新行动、加强城市韧性建设的政策制度、行动方案、实践案例。我们愿与金砖国家一道，共同推动城镇化可持续发展。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
We thank once again the Honorable Vice Minister of Housing and Urban and Rural Development in the Republic of China. As expected, there's quite a very interesting and strong focus on leveraging technology and very interesting concepts around smart cities and intelligent cities, and around the use of real-time monitoring mechanisms and systems when it comes to water supply, gas supply, and the others. And these are some of the experiences that we can learn from in some of our countries. Of course, keeping in mind as the Honorable Minister said earlier in her opening address, that with the collection of monitoring data, important as it is, it should be analyzed. There should be capacity to analyze the data so that the data then becomes the basis for taking steering decisions. Otherwise, it will lead to what monitoring and evaluation practitioners call a data graveyard, where you just collect information and you're happy that you're collecting a lot of data, but that data does not lead to any improvement in the work that you're doing, and it does not inform further action. Thank you once again, and I'm gonna try this, Honorable Vice Minister. I hope I get it correct. Sheshe? At this point, the translators are confused. All right, now we're just going to take one last item, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, before we break for lunch, which is a message of support. We'll get it as a recorded message from the Executive Director of UN Habitat, Ms. Maimuna Moch Sharif. I hope that we are ready with the link from the technical team. Thank you.
Honorable ministers from the BRICS countries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, humanity's future is urban. Today, 56% of the world's population resides in towns and cities. By 2050, this figure is expected to rise to 68%. As we shared at the high-level political forum in New York, the achievement of SDG 11 is far from certain. 165 million more slum dwellers have emerged globally over 20 years. In 2020, nearly 1.1 billion slum dwellers are living in Africa or Asia. 2.8 billion people are estimated to be affected by different forms of housing inadequacy, while 318 million people globally are homeless. Additionally, most cities in Africa and Asia today continue to grapple with rapid and unplanned urbanization. Urban sprawl and the emergence of informal settlements has increased natural resource consumption, resulted in limited access to essential services, increased commuting distances, and increased occupation of hazard-prone areas. These factors not only contribute to increased emissions, but also place large numbers of people into situations of high climate vulnerability. Today, over 200 million urban dwellers in Africa are at risk of climate-related hazards, and 62% of which reside in informal settlements. Every day, rapid urbanization, exacerbated by increasing climate change implications, poses more and more challenges for us. Addressing this complex aspect of urbanization requires comprehensive and integrated approaches to urban policy and planning. This calls for an agile and innovative mobilization of technical resources, tools, and information to create cities that are thoughtfully designed, inclusive, and adaptable to future scenarios. Therefore, working towards achieving Sustainable Development Goal 11 to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable is very important because the consequences of not achieving SDG 11 are immense, directly impacting billions of people's daily life. It is urgent to prevent the disastrous consequences ahead of us by changing the way we plan, manage, and govern our cities and human settlements. For me, we need our own Paris moment for sustainable urbanization. I believe we have it at the second session of UN Habitat Assembly, which was attended by more than 89 ministers and over 5,000 participants. Convened from 5th to 9 June 2023 in Nairobi, member states committed themselves to strengthening UN Habitat and to advancing multilateral engagement and international cooperation on a range of urban and housing issues. In total, 11 resolutions have been adopted by member states to address challenges cities are facing in the context of global crisis, looking into housing, informal settlements, smart cities, connection between climate change and urbanizations. Those resolutions speaks very well to the topic being discussed in this BRICS Forum of Ministers of Housing and Urban Development and offering a solid ground for mutual cooperation between UN Habitat and the BRICS countries. UN Habitat will continue collaborating with the BRICS to elevate the urban agenda for the sake of transforming cities as engines of economic development and innovations for solution to the climate crisis. I unwavering support the BRICS countries to support the mandate of UN Habitat, and I welcome stronger coordination amongst ministers of housing and planning to ensure policy is translated into action. I also welcome greater financing and more equitable models of financing to better serve member states from least developed countries, small island developing states, and developing countries. Finally, let me thank the government of South Africa for organizing this important meeting through my two sisters, Honorable Mamaloko Kubayi, Minister of Departments of Human Settlement, and Honorable Tembi Nakadimeng, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Thank you for ensuring that we leave no one and no place behind in our urbanizing world. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Executive Director of UN Habitat, the Honorable Maimuna Sharif. At this stage now, we'll be breaking for lunch, which has been reduced from an hour to 45 minutes after a very thorough, representative, transparent, consultative meeting that took place in my head. And we'll be inviting Dr. Kevin Naidu to just announce and guide us in terms of where we go for lunch. I've also been asked to remind participants that there will also be a dinner hosted a little later today by the city of eThekwini. And when we return, we will then have the first thematic session, and I'll invite the Chief Executive Officer of SALGA, Mr. Sithole Mabanga, to then lead the session when we get to that part. But for now, if we could then have Dr. Kevin Naidu to just give us guidance in terms of the lunch arrangements. Dr. Naidu?
Good afternoon, everybody. I bear good news. Our lunch would be held in Hall 4. So as you would exit the venue, you would turn right, moving towards this side of the venue. We have ushers that would direct you to the hall. For the panelists and the presenters and our international dignitaries, we have space reserved on the upper floor outside room 22. It is the area where we had congregated earlier this morning. We will then convene here at around 2:05 to start promptly at 10 past. So thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Are you coming next to me so that I'm not alone? Okay, I think it helps to be coupled. Yeah, no, ngiyabonga.
Meet the Mazibugos, a family living in the township of Soweto in the city of Johannesburg. Grandma Sophie, daughter Nkintani, and son Sipho live with mom and dad. Nkintani and Sipho are both university students. Grandma, Gogo Sophie, is retired, while Mr. and Mrs. Mazibugo work in Sandton. At dinner time, the conversation centers on the fact that Gogo Sophie had a very long and tiring day. She had to go to the post office on the other side of town to collect her pension. Because she missed the 6 a.m. bus, Gogo had to wait a whole 2 hours for the next one in the cold. Gogo Sophia prefers the bus to the minibus taxi because it drops her close to the post office and because it's more affordable. Her grandson doesn't understand the reason. Sipho tells her that she could have Rapid Transit System, or BRT, a new transport system designed to ensure that all who live in the cities and townships can have easy access to the services they need. The BRT is affordable and is made for everyone, young, old, and disabled. This new public transport system is an important part of the national urban policy called the Integrated Urban Development Framework, or the IUDF. Adopted by the South African government in 2016, the IUDF provides a new approach to urban investment, which in turn guides the private sector and households. Its vision is livable, safe, resource-efficient cities and towns that are socially integrated, economically inclusive, and globally competitive, where residents actively participate in urban life. Mr. Mazibugo adds that the IUDF aims to guide the development of cities to be well connected, in which everyone can live and move with ease, while addressing the unique conditions and challenges facing South Africa's cities and towns. Transport systems like the BRT are actually part of rectifying the old geographical patterns created under apartheid, which forced poor, mostly black people to live in areas far from the cities and far from work and recreation opportunities. For example, many people live in Soweto but work in Sandton. This means they have to use a large part of their income and spend hours every day just on transport to work. But a reliable public transport system like the BRT shows that city governments are trying to improve their lives. Nkensani agrees that this is an important policy, but she has a different set of goals. Her main concern is whether she will get a job after university graduation. Unemployment among young people is really high. Her second concern is security. As a young woman, safety is a big issue. Her mother explains that the IUDF recognizes that cities and towns are at the center of driving sustainable urban development, creating an environment which is conducive to live, work, and play. There are many programs that each municipality is running
Colleagues.
to ensure that communities are safe, especially for women and children, like the
Okay,
creation of
let's
parks.
start. Thanks very much for playing that video. Can I please ask that people that are standing next to Nosipho and Chawekazi, please be seated. Dr. Naidu again, if you could please be seated in that particular corner. Thanks very much. Colleagues, we do not have a lot of time. And I think, again, as the organizers, as the DG had said, we apologize for the late start. So what we are trying to do is to play catch up as much as we possibly can without losing the substance of what it is that we are intending to achieve. The session that I am chairing at this point in time is called Advancing Urban Resilience and a governance perspective. So what is governance in relation to advancing urban resilience? Initially, we would have spent an hour and a half on this session, but as I indicated, we are going to cut it straight to the bone. And as DG Dipofa had done. All the speakers that are on the podium have been introduced already. That saves me the time to be reintroducing them, except that perhaps Mr. Carlos Tome, the Vice Minister for Metropolitan and Urban Development in Brazil, will be joining us via video link. That's the one person that is not here, as well as Ms. Maria Sinik, who is the head of comprehensive territorial development in the Department and Ministry of Construction in Russia, will also be joining us via video. So let me just set the scene. I think there is no doubt that BRICS is a formation that is beginning to reshape the manner in which and the way in which the world functions. And understandably, it's a formation that is being driven by South-based or South-based countries. At it, we all are aware that there is a big challenge, a challenge of climate change. And there has been introduction of a number of policy prescripts that seek to respond to it. The latest one in the lexicon of development is the just urban transition in the context of urban BRICS. So the purpose of our panel today, short as it might be, is to help us navigate on how the urbanization forum, particularly one that involves municipalities and local governments, can help us, amongst other things, look at how it is we can knowledge share and knowledge generate on the issue of climate change and the strengthening of urbanization. Secondly, is to help us develop capacity and capability on issues such as smart cities relative to the advent of climate change and the building of resilience, and more specifically, the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thirdly, to also find innovative funding models for climate change. The South countries are beset with the challenge of financing our response to climate change. And it is quite important that we share information amongst ourselves on how can we collaborate in order to deal with climate change. And perhaps lastly, what would be the appropriate voice and the role of local government in all of that particular milieu? In as much as this session is government-led, we know that it is underlined by the principle of all of society as well as whole of government. And those are the two principles that we are advancing, particularly in the South African context, through the district development model. I am going to invite to the podium, and if I can be informed, Mr. Carlos Tome from Brazil, connected. Thank you very much. To please take 5 minutes making an input to this particular gathering. Over to you, Mr. Tome. I did not introduce you, so please feel free to spend half a minute, perhaps just giving us a sense of the work that you do in Brazil. Thank you.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Em nome do ministro Jader Filho, saúdo todos os participantes e as autoridades deste Fórum de Urbanização dos BRICS. É uma honra representar o ministro e o Ministério das Cidades neste evento que permitirá que governos, organizações, especialistas e acadêmicos do Brasil, Rússia, Índia, China e África do Sul a oportunidade de discutir algumas das questões que deverão surgir na cúpula do BRICS e fornecer recomendações de políticas aos líderes do BRICS em agosto deste ano, garantindo que as principais questões de urbanização sejam incluídas na agenda global dos países membros. A construção de uma economia urbana produtiva e sustentável está entre as questões a serem discutidas. Cumprimento os participantes deste evento e as autoridades presentes na mesa deste painel. Em especial, parabenizamos os representantes aqui presentes de todos os países envolvidos. Para se falar em governança da resiliência urbana no contexto brasileiro, antes, é importante destacar que a Constituição brasileira divide o território em estados, municípios e o Distrito Federal. Todos entes federativos dotados de autonomia e competência, cabendo aos municípios a competência exclusiva na execução das políticas públicas de desenvolvimento urbano. Com relação às políticas públicas, cabe ao governo federal, no caso, o Ministério das Cidades, estabelecer as diretrizes e normas gerais, sendo que a principal delas já instituída no Estatuto da Cidade, que oferece aos municípios um conjunto de instrumentos de planejamento e gestão urbana, bem como regularização fundiária urbana e de tributação, que auxiliam no cumprimento da função social da propriedade e da cidade, princípios constitucionais fundamentais do desenvolvimento urbano. Assim, compete à União e aos Estados oferecer apoio técnico na execução de políticas públicas de desenvolvimento urbano pelos municípios. No âmbito do Ministério das Cidades, temos como atribuição, dentro da mesma pasta ministerial, as políticas públicas de planejamento e gestão urbana, que inclui governança metropolitana, regularização fundiária urbana e a prevenção a riscos de desastres naturais, habitação, com destaque para a habitação do interesse social, saneamento ambiental, acessibilidade e mobilidade urbana, e população e territórios periféricos. Trata de enorme desafio pelo tamanho e pela diversidade de nosso país e necessidade de cada um. Faz-se necessário a complementação de esforços em colaboração mútua entre a União e os municípios, com a participação dos estados e entre os municípios, com as distintas capacidades que tem gerado os melhores e mais profundos resultados positivos para a sociedade brasileira. Pensar em resiliência urbana é necessariamente tratar a colaboração como instrumento fundamental e eficiente de sustentabilidade e diminuição de desigualdades. E isso é tão válido entre os entes subnacionais como os municípios brasileiros, quanto o que é entre nós dos BRICS, cabendo mecanismos e estratégias de governança que, guardadas suas peculiaridades, guardam muitas semelhanças e perspectivas de sucesso. Desejo a todos um excelente fórum e uma troca de experiências e debates técnicos e políticos para aprofundamento dessas perspectivas, oportunidades e colaboração. Meu muito obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much. That was via a video. Mr. Carlos Tome from Brazil. I would also like to introduce Ms. Maria Seniki from the Russian Republic. Thank you. It is via video, am I correct? Is that video link ready?
Добрый день. Hello. Позвольте мне искренне благодарить за возможность на данном мероприятии и рассказать о российском опыте по сбалансированному территориальному развитию. Сегодня это приоритет для страны. Мы обладаем, конечно, многовековым опытом создания городов, и сейчас, можно сказать, в России идет вторая волна урбанизации. Уделяется внимание развитию инфраструктуры, транспортной системы, а также расширению географии уже освоенных и обустроенных территорий. Утверждена стратегия пространственного развития Российской Федерации до 2025 года, где большое внимание уделяется сбалансированному и устойчивому развитию, сокращению межрегиональных различий в уровне жизни населения и ускорению темпов экономического роста. Утверждена программа «Города больших возможностей и малых форм расселения», на инвестиции в городские и сельские агломерации. Создан единый институт пространственного планирования, задача которого – определение развития городских агломераций и оценка потенциала их роста. Повышение эффективности использования земельных участков, находящихся в государственной собственности, повышение комфортности городской среды, обеспечение градостроительной безопасности. Сегодня у нас разработана методика определения градостроительного потенциала территорий, система показателей оценки эффективности градостроительного потенциала. Все страны БРИКС обладают внушительным по размеру территориями, поэтому важно проводить обмен опытом и делиться национальными подходами к вопросу пространственного планирования. Считаем, что мы должны оказывать всяческое содействие, поощрять развитие партнерства между организациями, которые занимаются вопросом пространственного планирования. Важным инструментом сбалансированного развития является сегодня обеспечение социальной инфраструктурой, школами, коммунальной и транспортной инфраструктурой. Здесь помощь, закон о комплексном развитии территорий, который принят в нашей стране, позволяет осваивать не только незастроенные территории, greenfield, но и застроенные, с ревитализацией промышленных территорий и непригодного для проживания жилья, развитие сложившихся территорий. При координации Минстроя России сегодня активно осуществляется подбор территорий для комплексного развития. Разрабатывается документация, мастер-планы городов, ведется поиск девелоперов и иных исполнителей для развития этих территорий. При этом вопросе мы приветствуем привлечение иностранных инвесторов, в первую очередь из стран БРИКС, реализация проектов в рамках комплексного развития. Позитивное влияние на жилищное строительство в настоящее время оказывает финансирование государственных и муниципальных программ по разделению аварийного жилья, стимулирование жилищного строительства в регионах и выделение бесплатно или продажа по доступным ценам земельных участков многодетным семьям и другим категориям граждан. Ипотечные кредиты. Также в целях повышения инвестиционной привлекательности городов, модернизации инфраструктуры в России есть набор финансовых инструментов, который называется инфраструктурный. Это и бюджетные кредиты, и облигационные займы для снабжающих организаций. Важное внимание уделяется сегодня созданию общественных пространств, созданию настроения для горожан. Минстрой России реализует федеральный проект формирования комфортной городской среды. Это благоустройство малых городов и исторических поселений. Эта мера имеет колоссальный успех и создает позитивный имидж для населения власти, привлекает туристов. С целью отслеживания динамики развития и повышения комфортности городов сегодня разработан индекс качества городской среды. Это уникальный инструмент, который создан для оценки качества городской среды во всех городах страны. Это 36 индикаторов, которые влияют на деловую инфраструктуру, досуговую, зеленые территории, набережные, жилищное строительство. Наличие такого инструмента позволяет проводить системную работу на всех уровнях власти, последовательно работать над формированием комфортной городской среды. Со своей стороны выражаем готовность поделиться опытом формирования комфортной городской среды, информацией о расчете индекса.
Да.
На государственном уровне ведется планомерная работа по обеспечению актуальной нормативной базы и исследований в области устойчивого развития. Большое внимание уделяется совершенствованию законодательства, так что национальный стандарт адаптации к изменениям, стандарт зеленого строительства, многоэтажного деревянного строительства, модульное домостроение и внедрение стандартов ESG, стандарта комплексного развития территорий. В резко меняющемся климате в рамках федерального министерства организована работа по чрезвычайным ситуациям. Регулируются вопросы по восстановлению и обновлению территорий, норм по сейсмической активности, ограничение строительства на территориях, затапливаемых реками. Также реализуется масштабная программа цифровой трансформации строительной отрасли. Переход на цифровые технологии в рамках национальной системы пространственных данных, которая объединяет в себе все отрасли хозяйства для поддержки принятия управленческих решений. В целом, создание отраслевых продуктов является одним из основных приоритетов строя России, поскольку способна заместить ушедшие программные продукты и обеспечить суверенитет страны. Как и большинство государств, мы работаем над проектом создания качественно новых умных городов. И реализуется ведомственный проект «Умный город», который направлен на повышение конкурентоспособности российских городов, формирование эффективной системы управления городским хозяйством, безопасных условий для жизни горожан. Более 200 городов участвуют, IQ городов. Да. И создан банк решения для умного города. Информационное пространство, куда попадают лучшие проекты, предварительно прошедшие отбор, и рассматривают города как одна из ключевых сфер международного взаимодействия. В этом вопросе мы готовы делиться накопленным опытом, также рады пополнить копилку решений и обменяться лучшими практиками с нашими партнерами по BRICS. Отдельное внимание заслуживает кадровая политика. Отраслевой консорциум «Строительство и архитектура» создан в 2021 году. Он объединил образовательные и научные организации, обеспечивающие инновационное развитие отрасли. Ведущие российские отраслевые университеты продолжают принимать большое количество иностранных студентов, в том числе и стран БРИКС. Сегодня у нас проходит обучение 86 студентов из Китая, Индии, ЮАР и Бразилии. Считаем, что по данному направлению следует уделить более пристальное внимание. На наш взгляд, необходимо создавать условия в рамках БРИКС для развития партнерства между профильными научно-исследовательскими институтами, учебными заведениями, а также содействовать укреплению связей между молодыми специалистами посредством разработки, реализации совместных научно-исследовательских проектов, организация академической мобильности и стажировок. В настоящее время функционирует созданный в 2015 году сетевой университет БРИКС, и подключение к данному направлению выглядит весьма перспективно.
Okay.
Также, пользуясь случаем, приглашаем вас на участие в мероприятиях, которые проводит Россия. Это и ежегодный строительный чемпионат, о котором говорили в приветственном слове заместитель министра Александр Ломакин. И также обращаю внимание, что в октябре 2023 года состоится выставка «Технобил». Ключевая задача – это новейшие достижения в строительстве, технологии и проекты для развития современных городов.
Okay. Thank you.
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, благодарю вас за внимание.
Okay, a round of applause, colleagues. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Senech. I would like now to invite Mr. Kuldeep Narayan, the Director General for Housing for All Mission in India. He has 2 slides to present. I think the colleagues down there do have access to that. Mr. Narayan, thank you. Please come through. Yeah. Thanks. So please go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, I'll take more than 2 slides, roughly 5-6 slides. I have been given 5 minutes. I'll try to catch up everything I have in those 5 minutes, touching upon only the important points. See, just to present you one perspective, as I said, India is probably the lowest urbanized country in the whole BRICS. But still, numbers are high today. They are going to be more than double in next 25 years. From 380 million to more than 800 million. It's a big market. Contribution to GDP is quite high. Considering this, it's actually challenge as well as opportunity. Just comparison with other economies and other countries, particularly our friends in BRICS. When I said it's least urbanized, the percentage wise, yes. And we are expecting that as the number grow, our challenges are growing manifold. This is why to make it sustainable, to make them resilient, we have to respond. And we started our integrated response few years back. A bit of history, I'll just skip. Let me first come to this point. What do I understand? What do we understand by resilience? It is capacity to withstand and recover from this kind of situations, shocks, stresses, based on these 4 things. Environment sustainability, foremost. Infrastructure resilience, mostly when we talk of resilience, the kind of audio visuals we get when climate change events occur, or once in 50 years, 1 in 100 years kind of shocks of flooding or any such natural disasters occur, we always get more images of infrastructure resilience. But that is just one part of it. Environmental resilience, social equity, most important, because a few section of society are resilient does not mean the whole society is resilient. For us, it has to be everyone. Then very important for us is economic diversification. There are cities which continue across millennia there are cities which do not continue even for 50 years, 100 years. If a city is based on a single activity, when technology changes, when economy changes, shocks, such kind of shocks appear, which can destabilize that kind of activity, the city may die. New city may be born, but that city will die. So this is why economic diversification is a very key thing. But last but not the least, urban planning and governance framework. This is why we are talking today, because if we leave all the cities to fend on their own, everyone will be reinventing wheel, everyone will be solving their problems in their own way. This is why from federal level, from national level, country level, we need to provide governance structure, governance framework to under which municipalities can have their own policies and use their methods which are local in nature but conform to overall federal central governance model. Just in this model, if I talk so, out of close to 4,900 small cities and big cities, we have almost 100 big cities, capital cities, and what we call lighthouse cities, where we have a smart city mission. Ease of technology, and we have 500 cities which are 100,000 plus population, where focus is on infrastructure and bringing all those 500 cities at par with each other. And then there are equity programs, social equity programs, particularly focusing on social housing, focusing on urban livelihood, focusing on urban poor. They are implemented all across the spectrum, be it small city, be it big city, everyone. That is the kind of structure we have in India. So this is the transformation I was talking about. So we have National Transformative Mission for Urban Areas, having all these missions: Housing for All, Smart City Mission, National Urban Livelihood Mission, Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, and Urban Transport, and then Swachh Bharat, that is Clean India Mission. All of them together is what I mentioned in the first session, that focusing on revival of old cities and promoting new cities for me. So I'll not go into the details, but yes, these are the major missions through which we are addressing the diversity and size that we face in our urban transformation. Then I have a small slide on where we can come we can come together. No one of us need to reinvent the wheel. There are certain things which we are doing in our own manner. Similar problems some other city on this platform in other countries may have done better. So we need to learn. Then there could be some areas where our cities have done good work. So city to city network is something we need to promote among BRICS countries. We need to promote city twinning arrangements. We need to promote cities of similar size and problems coming together to discuss their common problems and how to resolve them. Then we should have a coalition of urban local bodies at all levels, CEO level, mayor level. We have experience in technology in some of the cases. Some other countries, you have experience in some other problems. We can come together. We can agree for partnership to support each other during natural disasters, because natural disaster is something which are increasing day by day. We are seeing many once in a century events in many of our cities. because of urbanization that has not been well planned through spatial urban planning, many of these such natural disasters are aggravated, particularly flood ones we have seen not only in India but other BRICS countries also. And last but not the least, I keep it always at the last, ensuring equitable access to all sections of the society. For me, that is the most important factor, because only when urban services and urban facilities are equitable, when all citizens have equal rights and opportunities to access them, only then growth can be ensured. Just 2-3 examples of how in COVID times, the very small this thing, intervention of how integrated city management system can actually work. Be it COVID, be it cyclone, be it flood, everywhere that worked. And then many of your cities may also have similar things. We have also been using particularly those holy cities and the cities where we want to maintain the nature of old city, using sustainable means for cleaner sources of energy that we have adopted. Thank you so much for patiently listening. And as in next 2 days, we'll be discussing many more aspects of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the Director General for Housing for All Mission, Mr. Narayana. I would like now to introduce Mr. Shi, who is the Vice Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development from the People's Republic of China. Thank you.
朋友们，围绕这个主题呢，今天主要介绍一下中国在韧性城市建设方面的一些治理举措、实践的做法。首先呢，韧性城市建设面临的新形势和新挑战。中国政府呢，始终把人民的安全健康、城市安全韧性作为城市建设发展的一个重要的原则。习近平主席多次强调，要统筹发展和安全，要把人民生命安全和身体健康作为城市发展的基础目标。无论规划建设还是管理，都要把安全放在第一位，把住安全关、质量关，并把安全工作落实到城市工作和城市发展各个环节、各个领域。中国是世界上自然灾害最为严重的国家之一，70%以上的城市，50%以上的人口分布在自然灾害比较集中的高风险的地区，特别是近年来洪灾、高温、干旱等极端的天气气候事件偏多，城市安全运行面临着严峻的挑战。特别是当前中国进入了城镇化发展的中后期，城市房屋和市政基础设施开始集中老化，到了存量风险和增量风险叠加的时期。对于筑牢城市的安全底线、防范化解安全风险提出了更高的要求，需要顺应新形势、新问题，多措并举，打造韧性城市，增强城市抵御自然灾害的能力，提升处置突发事件的水平， 使城市更健康、更安全、更宜居，成为人民群众高质量生活的这个空间。第二呢，是推进韧性城市建设的行动举措。从中国的实践情况来看，我们认为韧性城市是指呢，在城市规划建设管理中，充分考虑各类安全风险，采取趋利避害的有效适应行动，从城市空间到运营管理体系，建设能够应对各种风险、有弹性、有迅速恢复能力的城市。我们在韧性城市建设方面主要有几方面的措施。一个呢是完善城市功能布局，提升城市的防灾减灾能力，统筹城市布局的经济需要、生活需要、生态需要、安全需要，因地制宜，推进城市空间布局形态多元化，避免盲目的摊大饼，实施城市的功能完善工程，优化城市功能布局，促进产城融合、职住平衡，使得中心城区和郊区新城的功能配置，推动城市多中心组团式的发展，适度超前建设防灾工程，加强重大危险源、人员密集场所、城市重要基础设施对灾害高风险区的选址避让，增强城市在遭遇极端天气、自然灾害的保供、保畅、保安全的能力。第二是呢，要加强老旧房屋和基础设施的更新改造，筑牢城市的安全底线。我们开展全国房屋建筑和市政基础设施调查，持续推进城镇的既有房屋安全隐患排查整治，实施了危旧房改造和棚户区改造工程，开展居民自建房的安全专项的整治，分类施测，消除房屋建筑的安全隐患，推进城市燃气管道等老旧基础设施的更新改造，排查治理，消除安全隐患，系统建设城市排水防涝工程体系，持续推进海绵城市建设，综合采取慎治蓄净用排等综合性措施，来提高降雨就地消纳和利用的比重，来进一步增强城市的防洪排涝的能力。同时，我们加快推进基于数字化、网络化、智能化的新型城市基础设施建设。第三呢，是推进城市基础设施生命线安全工程建设，提高城市安全保障的能力。我们全面启动了城市基础设施生命线安全工程建设，这是一项实现城市安全风险防控从被动应对转向主动预防，从人海战术转向智慧防范的重要举措。通过设施普查，建立覆盖地上地下的城市基础设施数据库，找准风险源和风险点，明确重点监测区域环节，推动地下管网、桥梁隧道等配套建设物联智能感知设备，逐步实现对城市生命线运行数据的全面感知，自动采集、 监测分析、预警上报，搭建综合性的城市基础设施安全运行监管平台，加强对城市运行状况的监测分析、统筹协调、指挥监督和综合评价，推动城市的生命线运行一网通管。好韧性城市规划建设治理全生命周期管理制度。一方面，建立城市体检评估制度，坚持问题导向和目标导向，从住房到小区到社区到城区到城市，查找问题短板，有针对性的实施更新改造，并加强对问题整治情况和更新实施情况的评估，建立发现问题、解决问题、巩固提升的城市体检评估机制。另一方面，研究建立房屋全生命周期安全管理长效机制，研究建立既有房屋的体检、养老保险3项制度，为房屋提供全生命周期的安全保障。我们推动研究制定城镇房屋安全管理条例，强化房屋安全管理的法治保障。女士们、先生们，中国积极推进韧性城市建设，在可持续发展、海绵城市等方面形成了一些做法和典型案例。接下来，我的同事们还将在论坛中与各位朋友共同分享，在当前资源短缺、气候变化、疾病流行等非传统安全问题层出不穷的时代，中国愿与其他金砖国家进一步加强协同合作，共同探索韧性城市建设和城市可持续发展等领域的有益的经验做法，向国际社会传递共同推动城镇化和城市高质量发展的金砖国家的声音，携手开创人类更加美好的未来。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Xi. I will now call upon the Deputy Minister of DCOG in South Africa, Deputy Minister Tawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our program director, the Secretary General and CEO of the South African Local Government Association, Mr. Stole Mbangwa, fellow panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Managing urbanization in a rapidly urbanizing environment in developing countries can be an arduous, if not sometimes a near impossible task. This is compounded by the limited resources at the disposal, the disposal of our cities and towns, and indeed at the disposal of our countries. It is within this context that I'd like to reflect on, amongst others, the elements of the architecture of our local government system in the country in relation to the policy instruments at our disposal, but also the fiscal architecture for local government in our country. As a country, our municipalities are required in terms of law to develop integrated development plans, which integrated development plans would inform their spatial policies or include their spatial policies, linked to their budgets, and also linked to national policy development imperatives. For our cities in particular, These cities are also required to ensure that these integrated development plans are aligned to our national urban policy, which is the integrated urban development framework. There are also tools for implementation of this program, starting with a recently developed territorial management model that we have titled the District Development Model. In line with this model, the integrated development plans of our cities also need to link to what we call District 1 plans. So you have the country essentially working in line with the districts, 52 districts in our country. And the requirement is for joint planning between the three spheres of government, the private sector, and other interested parties to ensure alignment of policy, of investments, of infrastructure development, and indeed social, economic, and environmental development. To be able to do this, of course, you require financing mechanisms because yes, you've got your own integrated development plans. You've aligned this to the district development model, which as I said, is our territorial governance model that involves all three spheres of government. But local government in particular has its own financial architecture. Firstly, our local government system allows for municipalities to generate own revenue. And some of these sources of revenue include the levying of property tax or rates against, of course, property. And this is done taking into account the land and improvements, so the land and actual structures on the property. And municipalities are able to levy tax against this based on a general valuation rule. Municipalities are also able to generate revenue from the sale of electricity and generate a surplus from electricity sales. They also generate revenue from the sale of water and generate surpluses on the basis of the sale of water and the management of wastewater services. They are also able to, of course, generate other smaller types of revenue streams that municipalities usually have, whether these are library fees, community halls, buses, licenses, and so on and so on. Our municipalities receive, in line with country policy, a share in national revenue. So about 9% of national revenue is designated to local government in terms of what we call the equitable share model. Over and above this, municipalities also receive infrastructure grants from national government, and these would include the municipal infrastructure grant, the water services infrastructure grant, human settlement development grants from the various departments of local government. Our municipalities also have the ability against their own balance sheets to raise money from the debt capital markets, both for short-term and long-term facilities. So you can raise loans. Of course, there's a principle that this should be using local currency. So you cannot generate or raise loans against foreign currency and expose municipalities to the risk that this comes with. Now, given this architecture, of course, it would sound fairly straightforward that our municipalities should be able to confront their development challenges with ease. But our reality is that, in fact, sometimes our cities do feel overwhelmed by the reality of rapidly urbanizing cities, the growth of informal settlements, high levels of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, and therefore the need for some innovative solutions. And I thought in this regard, I should share some experiences that I've interfaced with both local, in terms of local government, at a national government level, and global government, just as a reflection on some of the instruments at our disposal before my parting shots. The first, of course, is that, as indicated, municipalities are able to raise loans from the debt capital market. I had the privilege serving in the city of Johannesburg to be actively involved in the listing of the first bond in post-apartheid South Africa. the municipality was able to raise from the debt capital markets a bond and actually allowed for an auction to be able to get bonds from the debt capital markets. And literally all the bonds that we issued were oversubscribed. We're also able to raise off-balance sheet structures, such as, for example, an arrangement with the French Development Bank with regards to water, utilizing our unaccounted for water revenue, loss of revenue as a means of refinancing the loan that would have been raised from the French Development Bank. We're also able to raise from Brazil a facility with regards to the development of our bus rapid transit system in the city of Johannesburg. And this, of course, was a fairly complicated structure because the loan was raised from the BNDES, which is the equivalent of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the Brazilian Development Bank, to finance, of course, the Marco Polo buses that we bought in Brazil. We also had to raise a facility from the HSBC as a banking facility, and in this regard had to ensure that there is a hedging facility so that we don't have foreign currency risk in the structure. At a national government level, working with the municipal infrastructure agent, we worked on a model together with the Development Bank of Southern Africa of what we call the private sector participation model, which would be a facility at the disposal of our municipalities to raise capital to invest in their infrastructure. Working, of course, with the Development Bank of South Africa and the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent. And at a global level, while serving there, we launched together with the FMTV and the United Nations Capital Development Fund, the Global Fund for Capital Development, which was created as literally a World Bank for municipalities. It is a facility available for financing for municipalities. So the issue really that I need to get to, which is the nub of the matter of my presentation, is that in reality, when you talk to the financiers, they say, no, there is a lack of projects and a lot of money. So there's no shortage of money. There's enough money out there to deal with all your infrastructure requirements. But when you go to our municipalities, particularly in the global south, we say there are projects, there's needs. People need water, they need sanitation, they need roads, they need electricity, they need housing, etc., etc. So there's no money. Now, where is the disjuncture? Of course, before I get to why the disjuncture and possibly some of the questions that I'd like us to live with, our reality is we need to close this gap between the financiers and the gap between the projects. And that gap primarily lies in what is called project preparation. It is the ability to prepare bankable projects. It is the ability to prepare projects that are able to qualify for concessional loans, for grant funding, both local and global, to be able to access this facility. And there is the nub of the matter. We do not have the capacity in many countries in the global south, the ability to prepare, in fact, these facilities. And we can use climate change as an example. Since Kyoto to Paris, the reality is various facilities have been created to access climate funding. But if you look at actual projects, countries in the developing south, in particular in Africa, have been the least beneficiaries, with little blobs of beneficiaries in South Africa, because we have not closed that gap. Therefore, what are the questions that I'm leaving this forum with? The question is, do we need, as those who are involved in the urban development fraternity in the BRICS area or BRICS countries, do we need to create a project preparation facility? Should this facility therefore be located in the BRICS Bank or the New Development Bank? And as we answer this question, we need to answer the more fundamental question, which is if we create or advocate for such a facility, what would the outcomes of that facility be? Because we cannot measure ourselves only against input. We must measure ourselves against output. And those are the questions that I leave this forum with. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister Dawu. Colleagues, can we just give a round of applause to the entire panel? Thank you. We are left with literally 4 minutes, according to the instructions that was given to me for time management. It is quite difficult for me to entertain questions from the floor, therefore. I will not be entertaining them. However, arising from the inputs that have been made by all senior people that are on the panel is what I think is the following, and I stand corrected. Firstly, that the BRICS countries facing urbanization will collaborate amongst themselves. Henceforth, they will start to work together meaningfully to respond to the challenges faced by their localities and people as it pertains to climate change, and I suspect outside of climate change as well. So I think if that is the case, we've got the emergence of a deal. Secondly, that there are a number of things we can wish about establishing a capacity or capability to help us prepare projects for financing. He calls it a project preparatory facility. What the modality will be has to be a function of us, particularly those that are administrators, being instructed to go back and sit down and work with others that understand the work of project preparation better than us, so that by the time we get to the next BRICS Urban Forum, we've got a report on what progress we would have made in that particular respect. And I suspect in that way, it addresses the point that was raised by Mr. Tome from Brazil, where he was suggesting that the most important thing to do is for us to provide funding in response to the advent of climate change. So the project preparation facility will help us prepare or gather projects so that they can be funded in bulk in order to respond. Thirdly, there is a suggestion that we should start thinking about an innovative way or an innovative financing model. So whereas there is a project facilitating a project preparation facility, but there's also the need to think about what is the best and possibly the most sustainable way of funding climate change by BRICS countries collectively and individually as a third issue. Fourthly, there's a suggestion for us to start sharing information and knowledge. I hope, Mr. Narayan, I heard you well. In a slide that he presents, there are quite a number of suggestions, and I must say that I'm quite hurt that the very last suggestion you did not speak to. You stopped short. But there's a suggestion that perhaps amongst the BRIC countries, there's a need for knowledge sharing amongst all of us so that we can work together much more meaningfully and perhaps create a level of efficiency on how we are responding to the phenomenon of climate change. Lastly, building institutions amongst ourselves. The suggestion was that we could be collaborating mayor to mayor, ministry to ministry, executive to executive, practitioner to practitioner, appointed to non-appointed, non-appointed to appointed official across all of our government, in order that we are able to achieve equity, justice, and the noble idea of freedom amongst our people. Those are my notes from where I am. If there is something that I have left, I do apologize. Safe to say, there is a group of people that are sitting as a secretariat of this forum that are capturing most of the notes. I'm sure, DG, you will create a channel for individuals that feel that what I have summarized is not sufficient to deposit those suggestions onto the secretariat. And I think at this stage, I would like to thank the panel again for the time that you have offered us since morning up to now. And the end of this session is now introducing the next session that will be facilitated by Mr. Omar Silia. Thank you very much, colleagues. DG.
Thank you very much indeed, the CEO of Salga, for that session and the excellent manner in which he pulled together the key issues emanating from the last session. I'm told that there are tokens of appreciation that will be handed over to the panelists. Honorable Minister, yes, just a second, I'm told including the facilitator, I'm told. President Stofile, make sure he declares when he gets back to the office. Please. Yeah. So I need to stand next to the microphone. So please go over and no. Thank you very much. That's the Honorable Vice Minister from China, Vice Minister Qin. Token of appreciation to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the Director General, thank you very much. That's a token of appreciation for you. And of course, our Honorable Deputy Minister Parkstyle, Toivo, you're here. Make sure that he declares as well. Thank you very much. And then the last one goes to, you've got yours already, CEO. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And with that, if we could invite to the podium the next panelists, together with the facilitator, Mr. Omar Sylvia. From Brazil, Mr. Nathan De Oliveira, who will be panelist. From Russia, Mr. Nikolai Bobilov, who is the finalist. From China, Mr. Yang. South Africa, the Deputy Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Honorable Prince Zolile Benz Ngamashe. Mr. Clinton Heinemann from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And finally, Dr. Lindy Ndabeni from the Tshwane University of Technology. That will be our next panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this session on strengthening urban resilience for Sustainable Development Goal, exploring the localization of SDGs. Before we start with the panelists, let's put this conversation into context. As you may know it, over the last 2 weeks, the world was busy in New York of reviewing the implementation of the SDGs, which means that it was more about taking stock where we are and how far are we on reaching our target by 2030. Unfortunately, the picture is bleak, and the message was not really encouraging in the fact that we have been pulled behind on our trajectory in achieving and meeting our target for SDGs. We all understand the context why we are there. Of course, these 3 years of COVID has been very challenging for all of us, economically speaking, increased inequalities, health issues, and this has been a burden for our economy and our fiscal system. But looking into this topic today of urban resilience, I think one monster in the room is the issue of climate change. With all these consequences we have been going through from cities, local level, national level, and the loss and damage we have seen over the last 5 years is really, really huge and impacting our economy. And the time we were supposed to give to this implementation was mainly about looking recovery and building resilience for cities. Today, of course, there's a need for acceleration, but how to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs is all question we should be asking ourselves, especially in this context of discussion of the BRICS country. We have seen a lot of initiative on voluntary local review, on voluntary national review, which was quite very impressive in terms of content, but also in terms of galvanizing momentum at the local and national level on how we're going to really implement the principle and the aspiration behind the SDGs. But today, we are all clear, and we heard already some element. If you really want to go to acceleration and to speed, we need to have a new paradigm looking to all of house approach, but all of society approach to make sure no one and no place are left behind. And on that, we need to have what we call multi-stakeholders approach. We need to bring private sectors, we need to bring civil society all together to put our effort and our head around to work on the implementation of the SDGs. But one dimension which is very important is the geographical dimension. We cannot address the SDGs requirement by just looking into one aspect of the coin, which is where the rural and urban. There's a need of connection between rural and urban in terms of market, in terms of value chain, but also in terms of movement of goods and people. This morning we heard about this migration, which is quite a phenomenon that many countries are facing in the world. On this particular session today, of course, we would like to acknowledge all those efforts being made by the BRICS country on this localization of the SDGs, because we have seen, as I mentioned, a lot of progress on aligning the SDG principle with National Development Plan, but most importantly, as we're looking at the local level, how best to bring communities and citizens to be part and parcel of this process. Which means that the objective of our session, building on the previous one, is more about dialoguing among ourselves, among BRICS members, to see how we can best collaborate on the best practices, on the challenges, but also what are the mechanisms in terms of innovation we need to establish to foster this collaboration and advance these SDGs, whether we are looking to Goal 11 and as related goal for sustaining cities, but also for building resilient cities with our communities. So my name is Omar Silla. I'm the director of the Africa Office of UN Habitat. As you may know it, UN Habitat is the secretariat in the United Nations, which is the custodian of Goal 11. And we have been working with all member states, which has given us mandate to support them on advancing this agenda of sustainable urbanization, globally speaking, which means that today I'm standing on my capacity of a neutral person on behalf of the Secretariat to make sure we have constructive discussion, but also we have constructive ideas to allow us really foster this collaboration among BRICS countries. So I know we don't have much time, and I've been instructed to limit each intervention from the panelists to 5 minutes. I know it's very challenging, and looking into the preparation you have already done. But what is important is looking forward, setup we want to have on this conversation. From there, you can have clear guidance and clear ideas on how we can collaborate as BRICS members, after this session. So I will not list the panel members because you have them in front of you, but we'll go one by one and ask them questions. Yes, we'll ask them questions, and I've been told now there's one video as well online that we need to listen. And on that, I would recommend to start with the video before we go on live. And the video will be done by Mr. Carlos Queiroz, Ministry for Metropolitan and Urban Development from Brazil. So Reggie, if you can show us the video to start with. Thank you very much.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Em nome do ministro Jader Filho, saúdo todos os participantes e as autoridades deste Fórum de Urbanização dos BRICS. É uma honra representar o ministro e o Ministério das Cidades neste evento que reúne representantes do Brasil, Rússia, Índia, China e África do Sul, para participar de mentoria para o desenvolvimento de projetos com metodologias interativas e aprendizado entre pares. Cumprimento os participantes deste evento e as autoridades que compõem a mesa deste painel. Como grandes economias emergentes, Brasil, Rússia, Índia, China e África do Sul apresentam importância significativa na localização dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, ODS, alinhado às prioridades nacionais com a Agenda Global de Sustentabilidade e implementando ações em nível local para abordar desafios relacionados ao desenvolvimento sustentável e resiliência urbana. Programas de localização também se orientam por vários ODS, que enfatizam a importância das interconexões e interdependências entre áreas rurais e urbanas, que são vitais para o desenvolvimento econômico, viabilidade social e ambiental dos países. Neste sentido, a Agenda 2030 inspira-se no direito às cidades sustentáveis na política brasileira de desenvolvimento urbano, promovendo a redução das desigualdades históricas e o acesso igual para todos os grupos sociais, especificamente os vulneráveis. O Brasil vem dando passos firmes rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável, desde, pelo menos, a Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre o Meio Ambiente e Desenvolvimento, conhecida como Rio ou Eco 92, na cidade do Rio de Janeiro. Em 2000, o país também contribui para a elaboração dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento do Milênio e, em 2015, dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e da Agenda 2030. Essa trajetória repercutiu na política urbana brasileira, a promulgação do Estatuto da Cidade. A criação do Ministério das Cidades, em 2003, no primeiro governo Lula, foi outro passo importante rumo às cidades sustentáveis, pois reuniu em uma mesma pasta ministerial as principais políticas públicas relacionadas ao desenvolvimento urbano. Planejamento e gestão territoriais urbanos, sendo a expressão mais característica o Plano Diretor Municipal. Habitação, principalmente habitação de interesse social, saneamento ambiental e mobilidade urbana. Desde então, durante a existência do Ministério das Cidades até 2018, um esforço no sentido de integração e articulação de tais políticas públicas movimentou a pauta de desenvolvimento urbano. Tal esforço mira exatamente as cidades sustentáveis, que consigam conciliar qualidade de vida urbana com proteção e uso racional do meio ambiente. Com a atual retomada do Ministério das Cidades, para além do grande desafio brasileiro, diminuição das desigualdades econômicas e sociais, que se materializam nas cidades como assentamentos precários, novos desafios se agregaram a esta tarefa e que são foco dos debates deste fórum. A adaptação das cidades à mudança do clima, no sentido de fortalecimento da resiliência urbana e da prevenção aos riscos de desastres naturais, cada vez mais intensificados pelo contexto climático e ambiental a que vivemos. E a transformação digital, tão presente em nossas vidas. Trata-se de um processo de reconhecimento das inteligências já existentes em várias cidades brasileiras, com tecnologias muitas vezes tradicionais, que permitem uma harmonia entre as pessoas e seu ambiente, mas também com o oferecimento de tecnologias informacionais, inclusive para a difusão dos conhecimentos tradicionais, em diálogo com aquilo que a natureza pode nos ofertar com o serviço ecossistêmico e as chamadas soluções baseadas na natureza. Iniciativas que sempre buscam a participação da sociedade como um todo, mas principalmente dos governos municipais, que já dissemos são executores das políticas de desenvolvimento urbano. Tudo isso sistematizado no que o Ministério das Cidades tem chamado de Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Urbano Sustentável. Propostas de caminhos passíveis e possíveis, estratégias e horizontes visíveis, metas que dialogam com os ODS. Cidades e comunidades sustentáveis. Expressão de uma alternativa para a localização dos objetivos na Agenda 2030, com a nova Agenda Urbana e com o Acordo de Paris. Só para citarmos os principais marcos internacionais da área, os 16 ODOs propostos juntamente com outras iniciativas e estudos, destacando-se aqui Carta Brasileira para Cidades Inteligentes. São a base estratégica de consolidação de uma proposta de política nacional de desenvolvimento urbano, em processo de consolidação para diálogo, a sociedade e seus representantes no Congresso Nacional. Os programas do Ministério das Cidades para o Plano Plurianual 2023 e 2027 sintematizam os esforços e iniciativas para o alcance de cidades sustentáveis. O programa Cidades Melhores oferecerá ações para capacitação, assistência técnica e implementação de projetos urbanos integrados que possibilitem a adaptação das cidades à transição climática, bem como a transformação digital com recursos do Orçamento Geral da União e outras linhas de financiamento. Também o aprofundamento da metodologia e maneiras de financiamento dos cadastros territoriais multifinalitários, base de conhecimento e informações espaciais para os municípios brasileiros realizarem planejamento e gestão de seus territórios. Os desafios não são poucos, mas acreditamos que a coordenação de esforços entre países, tal como a que fazemos por meio deste fórum, onde todos efetivamente estão dispostos a colaborar de maneira mútua e solidária, é a via plausível para ultrapassarmos quaisquer barreiras. Meu muito obrigado a todos. Um abraço.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister from Brazil. The challenge we have with the video is you cannot stop it. But here, people in the room, if you go over the 5 minutes, we can stop you guys. Key element we can note from this, intervention from Brazil. I think there's quite some institutional innovation on this localization of the SDGs. The fact that we have seen established what we call a Ministry of Cities. In many countries, urban issues divide among different institutions and ministers. At the end of the day, there's an issue of alignment and coordination and harmony as well. The second point, the role of digital transformation on accelerating the SDG in terms of fit-for-purpose process, but also in terms of friendly approach to that. And this has led to participation and inclusiveness and collaboration among various levels, local and national level, on generating this data and the methodology required for informing, those indicators. Thank you very much from Brazil. Now we'll go to Russia, and we have Nikolai Babilev, who is a leading expert on federal autonomous institutions. My question to you, Nicholas, is can you share your experience on voluntary national review and the articulation with the voluntary local review, and what methodology has been tested in the context of Russia, and what lesson you can share with the BRICS country in terms of collaboration and partnership. You have 5 minutes to convince the audience. Nicola, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Omar, for your kind introduction. Dear distinguished participants, dear colleagues, I'm allowed to have presentation and I will be as fast as I can. So this is briefly what I'm going to talk about. So I will start with a rational perspective. Of course, we publish national review and we already have out 3 voluntary local reviews. One of them was done by Rostov in the very early stage, but we have 2 most recent ones, both from our capital, Moscow, and what's interesting that they were done with 2 different cooperating partners. First one, OECD, with the territorial approach to Sustainable Development Goal, and the second one is UN Habitat, the project which I was privileged to take part in. So you have a brief logos and published and unpublished reports here. So what we work with territorialization. So we know that there are some challenges, and the specifics of voluntary local reviews is we say where those are happening on the territory in different districts, in different parts of the cities, even in different blocks. So we worked a lot with spatial data for territorialization. With our team, we made some reviews, voluntary local reviews, which have been published worldwide. And we here you see some data. And then we also did this specifically for BRICS countries. As you see, Brazil and Argentina are leading. Argentina is a candidate, of course. And then we get a snapshot of analytics, what are the main issues. And what we found out that we perhaps need to have our BRICS approach, our BRICS methodology for voluntary local reviews, because our countries are at a certain development stage and there are many commonalities within BRICS. So why don't we have this methodology which has not been developed yet, like the one like OECD has, European Union has one. Why don't we develop our own? This is my main message, that we need localization within BRICS, so we need VLR BRICS methodology. And this, some work has been already done, not for BRICS, but worldwide, by UN Habitat, of course, by UCLG, by other partners. And some tools are available. This is just quick snapshot what we might do similar with within BRICS. And these are our findings, which we have a little bit of work done. I cannot go into details, but I think the PowerPoint will be available. So those are earlier stages of our methodology, what we have developed. We have developed some diagrams, some steps-by-step process, and so on. And with that, here are my main messages, and I think my time is up. Even if I saved a little time, I think that's fine. We have more data, more research, everything is available. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I told you you can make it, and you made it. A very interesting reflection you brought on this methodology, common methodology on VLR, on VNR, on localization for the BRICS. This is in line with the funding facilities or these facilities for project development we heard from the previous engagement. So that's something we reflect. What does it entail on establishing common methodology among BRICS countries? Where the data are? I think challenge we have been facing in all countries, not only in developing countries, globally speaking, is data, especially data from the local level. Maybe food for thought in addition to the existing tools. So now we revert to our colleague from China. We have Mr. Yang Hongji. I hope I pronounced very well your name, sorry if not. It is the Deputy Director General of Department of Urban Development. Mr. Yang, we really want you to share your experience of China on voluntary local review and VNR. What are those innovations that allow you to progress in this process? You have 5 minutes.
女士们、先生们，中国推进以人为核心的新型城镇化，积极促进城乡融合发展，坚持在高质量发展中增进民生福祉，建成了世界最大的住房保障体系，历史性解决了农村贫困群众的住房安全问题，城乡居民住房条件与居住环境得到了明显改善。 水电、路气等城乡基础设施一体化出现成效。随着城镇化进程的不断推进，中国的城市面临的不确定因素交织叠加，对韧性城市建设提出了更为急迫的要求。比如，中国部分城市先后遇到了水源负荷污染、应急能力不足等问题，城市饮用水安全保障面临挑战。 同时，随着全球气候变化，近年来有部分城市遭受暴雨洪涝灾害，排水防涝面临压力。此外，一些城市早期建设的地下管道已进入老化期，安全运行形势较为严峻。针对以上问题，中国开展了一系列行动。 饮用水保障方面，制定并修订了对标国际的生活饮用水卫生标准，有源保障，强国家应急供水救援能力。排水防涝方面，完善城市排水防涝工程体系，全面推进海绵城市建设，提升城市综合防灾减灾能力。 在城市管道老化、更新改造方面，开展市政基础设施普查、管理信息系统平台建设，推进城市燃气管道等老化更新改造工作。通过努力，中国在提高城市韧性方面形成了相关做法经验。首先，充分巩固和发挥制度韧性，统筹各类资源。 在城市面临灾害和风险时，集中力量，快速处置，恢复运转。同时，积极提升基础设施韧性，建立城市体检评估制度，补齐安全短板。此外，进一步释放社会韧性，充分调动社会组织、应急抢险队伍等社会力量，有序参与各类灾害和风险的科普和应急救援，激发 社会治理内生动力。社区是居民生活和基层治理的基本单元。近年来，中国开展完整居住社区建设，着力完善社区基本公共服务设施、便民商业服务设施，同时结合城镇老旧小区改造、城市燃气管道老化更新改造等工作，加强社区基础设施改造建设。 提高社区韧性，在社区治理方面，以城乡社区为单元，以改善群众身边人居环境的实事小事为切入点，推动美好环境共建、共治、共享。在 2021年，中国印发《关于推动城乡建设绿色发展的意见》，推进城市更新行动、乡村建设行动，坚持公平与包容相融合，推进城乡建设一体化发展，转变城乡建设发展方式，提高城乡基础设施体系化水平，创新工作方法，完善城乡基础设施，推进基本公共服务均等化。 这个意见是解决城乡相互依存关系的生动政策实践。在近年的工作中， 一方面，中国以县域统筹推进村镇建设，把乡村建设评价作为统筹城乡融合发展的重要抓手，提高乡村建设水平，加强农村生活污水垃圾治理，以县域为单元开展生活污水垃圾处理设施建设，加强县城绿色低碳建设，控制县城建设密度和强度。另一方面，推进小城镇建设，从住房、基础设施建设等方面提出不同类别小城镇的建设要求，加强重点镇建设，推动完善基础设施和公共服务，强化综合承载能力，并总结推广先进地区小城镇建设经验，把乡镇建成服务农民的区域中心。在今后的工作中，中国将协同其他金砖国家加强合作，进一步探索可持续发展目标的本土化，在提高韧性的前提下，加强城市与农村之间的联系与协同，共同推动城乡可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Director, for bringing this perspective of China on connecting SDG localization and the issue of resilience building. And I think this element of integrated approach to rural and urban development is very important. And that's something come out strongly as well from the Russia presentation, this territorial approach, which means that when we talk about urban, it's not just in the divided, it's about connecting both worlds. And that's where we can see a comprehensive approach to the need of communities. Because most of the time when we talk about localization, we focus so much on the indicators and all those elements without looking at the service delivery itself, why we could be able to get the data out of it. Because without service delivery, it's very difficult. Without housing, without water and sanitation, I think it's very difficult. And this is something we got from China experience. So let's come back now to South Africa and ask a question to Deputy Minister Prince Zolile to share the experience of South Africa. I know South Africa has done a lot of progress on this localization of SDGs, but at the same time, we have some new policy coming out, especially the just transition, which is a way of sorting out this low carbon economy system. Excellence Minister, why you share your experience of South Africa? Can you tell us a bit on this just transition? What does it mean for communities? What does it mean for private sector and developers? Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. At the risk of declaring you a persona non grata, let me observe protocol by requesting all men to stand up and give respects to His Majesty the King. Wena wendlovu, wena wendlovu, bayede. His Majesty King Mesuzulu kaZwelithini in absentia, members of the royal family, by so doing, I have extended my protocols to everyone, because all of us, when we are here, we are subjects of His Majesty. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow participants, thank you for the invitation to be part of this BRICS Urbanization Forum, Advancing Urban Resilience for Sustainable Cities and Towns for Future Generations. Traditional leaders play a crucial role in localizing the Sustainable Development Goals by acting as key influencers and facilitators within their communities. They can promote awareness, encourage participation, and mobilize resources for SDG-related initiatives. Additionally, their deep knowledge of local customs and practices, by extension, indigenous knowledge systems, allows them to align global goals with the specific needs and aspirations of their communities, making the SDGs more relevant and achievable at the local level. By leveraging the aura of their hereditary authority and respect, traditional leaders can foster sustainable development, social cohesion, and inclusivity in their areas. Program Director, in our context, it is always important to consider rural-urban interdependencies. This, of course, gives impetus to the fundamental constitutional imperatives which underpin the architecture of cooperative governance, consistent with the provisions of Section 40 of our Constitution, our spheres being distinct yet interdependent and interrelated. Thus, to realize these interdependencies, the following actions are important. Policymakers and decision makers focus on promoting balanced development across both rural and urban areas, recognizing the interconnectedness between them. This approach aims to ensure that growth in one area positively impacts the other and reduces disparities, while maintaining both metropolitan and cosmopolitan character of the spaces. And secondly, investments in infrastructure such as roads, transportation, and communication networks are crucial to facilitate the flow of goods, services, and people between rural and urban areas, promoting economic activities, social integration, as well as inter and intra-trade relations. Of course, I can also mention efficient urban spatial planning can help manage urbanization and control urban sprawl, preserving agricultural land and green spaces, and avoiding encroachment on rural areas. Indeed, Program Director, encouraging collaboration between neighboring rural and urban areas can foster mutual benefits and shared resources, enhancing overall regional development through the use of instruments like the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that innovative approaches can significantly contribute to improving rural and urban livelihoods and enhancing community resilience. Some of these approaches include, but not limited to, promoting sustainable agricultural practices such as agroecology, organic farming, and precision agriculture can increase food production, enhance rural livelihoods, and reduce the environmental impact of agriculture. In addition to a number of different approaches that can be used, key to those, engaging communities, stakeholders, and local authorities in co-creating and implementing development projects fosters ownership and ensures that interventions meet the specific needs and aspirations of the people, in a clearly and deliberately defined inclusive value chains, putting localization at the center as well as beneficiation of raw materials. These innovative approaches have the potential to create more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities, bridging the gap between rural and urban areas and contributing to the overall improvement of livelihoods and well-being. Lastly, in rural areas, it is important to encourage the development of multiple income streams, such as sustainable agriculture, agribusiness, ecotourism, and cottage industries to reduce dependency on a single sector and increase community resilience to economic shocks. As part of outcomes of this session, we wish to call on the following. 1. Governments can focus on improving access to quality education and healthcare in rural areas. This can be done by building schools and healthcare facilities, providing scholarships and grants, and incentivizing healthcare professionals to work in rural areas. This helps to reduce the rural-urban divide in terms of access to essential services. 2, policies that promote collaboration, knowledge sharing, and networking between rural and urban areas can foster interdependencies and create opportunities for economic cooperation. This can include initiatives like mentorship programs, business incubators, and partnerships between rural and urban enterprises. 3, rural areas often possess unique cultural and natural heritage that can be leveraged for tourism. Policies can be designed to support sustainable tourism initiatives in rural areas while ensuring the preservation of local cultures, traditions, and ecosystems. Lastly, but not the least, empowering local governments and ensuring community participation in decision-making processes can help address the specific needs and challenges of rural areas. This can include supporting local initiatives, creating platforms for dialogue, and providing resources and capacity building. Supporting, of course, reinforcing what was said by Deputy Minister Baxter, who's a proposer. By adopting these policy practices, governments can foster rural-urban interdependencies, promote balanced and inclusive development, and reduce disparities between rural and urban areas. Thank you. May God bless Africa. Diabule.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies. I mean, when you ask us to salute the king, you talk about Bayete. So for your information, I'm from Senegal. And when we were young, 7 years old, we used to watch those movie of Chaka Zulu, where we use even Bayete as a salute among our peers, which means that I think the story is all across the continent of the Zulu communities. Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, some point very innovative on your statement is the role of traditional authorities on SDGs localization, as we want to develop all of how society approach, multi-stakeholder approach, all actors has a say. But also something I'm reflecting from your conversation, you talk about economic corporations. I was not there at the beginning of the genesis of BRICS, but I think one element of the driving force of this BRIC is economic corporations. So when it comes to urban sector and ministry, what are this area of cooperation we can foster? And I'm thinking about one element you talk about, for example, the raw material you talk about. In Africa, we are struggling with housing, material and equipment. Most of the time it's imported, but there's no industry, locally speaking, as well. What kind of collaboration can be fostered among BRICS country, maybe to really overcome this deficit of housing, but also the deficit of material and equipment when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to housing? I think that's another area we need to explore in terms of cooperations. So our next speaker now is Mr. Landel Ndabeni from University of Technology of Sawane. I hope I pronounced very well. Mr. Lindell, we want to get the policy perspective of this localization, but also what does it mean in the process of improving living condition of communities. I think the Deputy Minister has talked about this really important connection between rural and urban. What does it mean from the policy perspective, and what guidance we want to give to BRICS ministers to move on this collaboration? You have 5.5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Through you, Chair, let me say all protocols observed. And I'm gonna attempt to talk to the question that no one is left behind. And in my attempt to answer the question that no one is left behind, I will attempt to highlight the context in which urbanization and urban development occurs, at least in South Africa, and how we are attempting to localize the SDGs through our integrated urban development framework. But let me start by saying that urbanization and urban planning are not synonyms. Urbanization sometimes occurs without urban planning. And both urbanization and urban planning are both human and technical. And I'm going to attempt to focus more on the human side of urbanization. In terms of global context, I will refer to SDG number 1, no poverty, SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. I want to emphasize that the national context for this presentation is Integrated Urban Development Framework of South Africa, and it is our government policy position which guides the future growth and management of urban areas. One of the challenges we have in South Africa, at least, is that our urbanization occurs and continues to occur at a very rapid pace and scale. But the problem is that it is not accompanied by industrialization. Urbanization in South Africa previously, that is before 1994, and democratization of South Africa, it was driven by racial segregation and white privilege. However, the current forms of urbanization are largely determined by class, and by and large, the working class and unemployed continue to live far away from places of work, and therefore segregation in South Africa is reproducing itself in the form of class. In our South African context, rural livelihoods indeed are interdependent with urban economy. And South Africa is somewhat unique in the sense that we have a situation where we have multi-spatial households. And these are families who have properties in both rural and urban areas. And they spend most of their time in urban areas, and during holidays, they go home. So they remain both in urban, but they are counted in urban areas during census. But they remain and they keep their households in rural areas. I want to argue and agree that the urban is increasingly, or the future is increasingly become urban, I agree. But while the future is increasingly become urban, rural areas are not disappearing, at least in South Africa. And so rural development is not becoming irrelevant. And so what do I say to urban planners? That the reality of urbanization in South Africa is a bit complex than somewhere else in the world. I want to argue again and highlight a point in South Africa that because a large number of people do not have employable skills in rural areas and they can't support their livelihoods, they come to urban areas without employable skills. And therefore they end up in informal settlements. And that our urbanization include informal settlements. And therefore, as cities and city managers, we require interventions that can effect sectoral reallocation of labor from low productive and subsistence activities into innovative and high value productive activities where better returns can be made. Thus, the use
or the role of urban planners increasingly includes local economic development, or city management, or city economic development. Increasingly, throughout the world, the role of driven science, technology, innovation have become significant drivers of social change. My argument is increasingly improving our knowledge of science, technology, and innovation. As urban planners, we can enhance systemic change in our cities, towns, rural areas, and improve the lives of our people. I want to emphasize again or highlight this point that urban areas indeed are associated with better life. However, access to better life, such as education, healthcare services, are increasingly associated with affordability. I want to conclude by saying or emphasizing that our collective future as rural and urban areas is interdependent, and that the creation of livable integration cities, towns, and rural areas should be accompanied by local economic development and redistribution of economic activities. Therefore, our bright futures as a country and BRICS are increasingly associated with innovation. It is at that level where partnerships can be established in order to improve our local and regional innovation systems. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very good pitch. And what I got as an important point is the role of science of technology in driving innovations, and what type of partnership should we aiming in the BRICS on this particular element, including the role of university and research institution as well, which is another area we want to explore in this conversation. So now our last speaker, but not least, is Mr. Clinton Heyman. Heyman, yes. So Clinton, Mr. Clinton, we really want you to share your perspective on innovations when it comes to partnership on this rural-urban continuum, but looking into transforming livelihood of people as well. What does it mean for the BRICS communities? You have 5.5 minutes. So this is the last speakers after we can wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. To start with, I'd like to say at the heart of the vision for resilient and sustainable cities lies the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the related data infrastructure. The SDG Data Hub is to be developed over the next 3 years for the country. We are fortunate in South Africa that we already have Act 54 of 2003, which forms the foundation for building this innovative platform. And it will ensure that we don't create the graveyards in isolated, the data graveyards in isolated silos. The SDG Data Hub will seek to unite the geospatial and statistical data, providing a robust, nuanced understanding of our cities' sustainable trajectory. In developing the SDG Data Hub, we have recently seen the release of the city-level geospatial taxation information through a collaborative intervention by the National Treasury, the South African Receiver of Revenue, and the Human Resources Science Council. Their invaluable work has significantly enriched our knowledge of urban economic landscapes and fiscal capacities, which will directly feed into the Hub's expansive data set to enrich it. The SDG Data Hub for South Africa would emphasize the importance of granular data, specifically at a municipal level. This approach complements the high-level insights offered by traditional SDG reports and provides a more holistic view of our sustainability journey. It allows us to shape policies and initiatives that address specific community needs and realities, something that high-level reports don't necessarily do. And typically these reports are the ones that are presented by the Session General, and although they do contribute towards providing important strategic overviews of the country. Consider, for instance, the case of employment statistics. While provincial level data gives us a macro view of employment trends, our integration of city-level geospatial taxation information into SDG data hubs equips municipalities with more localized understanding, and this granular insight can guide the development of bespoke strategies that address unique local needs and circumstances, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of broader employment initiatives. Building such a sophisticated tool is a collaborative effort, and we see immense value in the international partnerships and are eager to learn from the collective experiences of our BRICS partners and nations in capturing and reporting the data at that local level. Drawing inspiration from successful models that have been created in the UNGGIM Africa, we also aim to establish similar structures within, and as a proposal within the BRICS framework. This collaboration will also serve as a platform for knowledge exchange, including critical topics like the IGIF and the implementation of the SDG reporting. The successful implementation of our SDG agenda and the fulfillment of our development agenda call for a thorough understanding of our spaces and resources within them. Here, municipalities play a vital role, and we're committed to supporting and empowering them to contribute to SDG reporting. This ensures that our sustainability strategies are grounded in local realities and thereby enhancing their effectiveness. In this way, we are all looking at working together to harness our collective strength and build resilient and sustainable cities. Every part and together we are sustainable. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Clinton, for bringing this conversation around the data and innovation from South Africa with the SDGs Data Hub. I think if you talk about reporting SDGs and normally monitoring our development pattern, the issue of data still, a challenge in many parts of the world, not only Africa, because of many reasons, capacity of local authority and community to generate the data, but at the same time, interoperability of data between national, local, and various levels, which is creating sometimes some discrepancies on the data analysis. And I think thinking about the facilities on addressing the issue of data will be critical on really ensuring we have quality engagement and reporting of the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this session on sustainable urban development and SDG localization. Maybe just 2 points on the takeaway. Of course, something which is obvious, we need to have an integrated approach to the SDGs localization, looking into the rural-urban continuum. But at the same time, we need to look at technology, digital transformation as an enabler to achieving our goal. But for that, we need capacity as well at various levels. The second point is on this rural-urban continuum, we need some policy guidance. What are the guiding principles we need to make sure whatever national development plan we are establishing, we have a clear understanding of this connection and complementarity between territories, between human settlement and cities. And another point is about economic cooperation. When it comes to Ministry of Urban Development of the BRICS, what type of cooperation should be fostered from housing, technology transfer, raw materials, and others, area. And lastly, what type of cooperation can foster on the data element to make sure we have the capacity, but also we have the accountability required to report on the SDGs. This is just, the end of our session. I would like to thank and to congratulate all the panelists for those brilliant engagement, and we look forward to the conclusion in the final report. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to facilitate this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Where is MC? It's coming.
I think this time, if I could ask the Director General of the Department of Cooperative Governance, please to come and join us. Facilitator, please don't leave as yet. He will help with the handing over, the tokens of appreciation as we thank you for your inputs in this session and for ably facilitating the session. Thank you. Yes, I think let's start with the first. Yes, let's start with the facilitator. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then over to our participant from Russia. Thank you. Next one, participant from China. And then the next is the Honorable Deputy Minister. I hope Princess Mangakane Chweni is watching to ensure that he declares. And then it's declared. Dr. Lindela, the next one. On behalf of Professor Tinyiko Maluleke, will be watching you, that you declare when you get back home. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Clinton. DG Ramasodi Mugeza, we are watching you on his behalf. Make sure that you declare. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Excellencies and Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, we think we've had quite a marathon in terms of this session. We are suggesting that we have a very short break during which there will be a live performance here on stage, break of 15 minutes. There'll be a live performance here on stage, courtesy of the city of eThekwini, but also participants are free to grab a cup of tea or coffee, refreshments outside. It is now 23 minutes past 4. So if we can make sure that by 22:05, we then come back for the last session of the day. Thank you very much.
la la la. Oh, yeah. La 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 la. Oh, yeah. La la la. Ah, yeah. La 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 la. Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah, mama. കുരുന്തകൾ രാജ്യത്തിൻ ഉന്മയാണ് സോദനെ കഷ്ടകാലങ്ങളിൽ ധൈര്യം വേണ്ടും തുമ്പൽ കാലങ്ങളിൽ നമ്പിക്ക വേണ്ടും ധൈര്യமாக வருவாக இருங்கள் எப்போதுமே கண்ணுக்கு நேர்மையாக இருங்கள் கண்ணுக்கு நேர்மையாக இருங்கள் children of true test, royalty, originality. Oh, in the midst of hopeless, brave and strong, God is just. We are children of true test, royalty, courage and oh, in the midst of hopeless, brave and strong, we are children. Love and shine, standing together, singing a song of peace. We need each other, singing now. We must find each other, singing together, working for one community, one society, and one nation. We are children. Thank you. Thank you. Sabe, Ay, 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 yeah, yeah. Ay, 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 yeah, yeah. Ay, 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 walele, le, le. Ay, 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 we, 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 we. Nakulishona zibuyele ngakithi. 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 Azibuye masele, 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 tokozoba azibuye masele. Nakulishona zibuyele ngakithi. Nakulishona zibuyele ngakithi. Naleza. Awubani mbeleza mizincome ngoba zinhle. Awubani mbeleza mizincome ngoba zinhle. Mawubani bala lami lincome ngoba lihle. Mawubani bala lami lincome ngoba lihle. Ibala lami lihle. Amabele ami mahle. Pacifica yami inhle. Isinqa sami sihle. Ukuhamba kwami kuhle. Ubhede lwami imqondo yami mihle. Isitho sami ke sihle. Ubhede lwami luhle. Mina nginsundu futhi ngimuhle. Mina ngimuhle, 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 ngimuhle nebala lami, ibala lami linsundu. Ngimuhle nesitho sami, nemiqondo yami futhi. Ngimuhle, 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 ngimuhle. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bahleli bonke. Bahleli bonke. Hey, Dilo. bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo bahleli bonke etilongweni bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo bahleli bonke etilongweni bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo bahleli bonke etilongweni bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo halala 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 naku sisulu naku etilongweni naku sobube naku etilongweni iniwe ma-Afrika uzotheni iniwe ma-Afrika uzotheni naku Mandela naku etilongweni naku Mandela naku etilongweni iniwe ma-Afrika uzotheni iniwe ma-Afrika uzotheni bahleli bonke etilongweni bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo bahleli bonke etilongweni bahleli bonke kwaNongqongqo.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. I just thought that the microphone will catch up if I keep talking. That's what will happen. But thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause, please, for that beautiful, beautiful performance? We're now going to go into the last session for today. I hope that all the panel members are here. Dr. Megan, who is supposed to be the facilitator. Yeah. For Brazil, I think they will be, the vice minister will, his will be a recorded video message. Mr. Nikolai, you were here earlier. I hope he's still in the room to come and join us. Mr. Zhang, Vice President of China Academy of Urban Planning and Design. He could also come and join us here. Katlompo also invite the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Hosi Siatlulo Rabulan, as well as Councillor Kinalemang Pukunzi, the the mayor of Tswelopele Municipality, Your Worship, if you could join us as well. He's also a member of the Presidential Climate Commission. Councillor Dada Morero, member of Mayoral Committee for Finance, responsible for international relations and intergovernmental relations, the city of Johannesburg. Yes, Councillor Morero is here, Your Worship. If you could also join us, Councillor. Mr. Desigan Naidu, also a member of the Presidential Climate Commission. So over here, please. Thank you. And then, of course, Ms. Barbara Mkuchini, who is a Deputy Director General in the Provincial Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. That will be our panel for this afternoon. Over to you, Doctor.
Colleagues, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for staying for this important session focused on building urban resilience in the context of climate change. Listening to all the inputs today, it's been so encouraging to see how central climate change as a topic has been. It's been tackled in almost every session, but the purpose of our session over the next hour 15 minutes is to deep dive into this topic, particularly in what it means for BRICS countries from an urbanization perspective. So we have a very prestigious panel, as you can see, one video message that we will do at the end of the session, and please engage with our panelists after the session and particularly at the dinner afterwards. My name is Megan Spires. I'm the Director of Climate Change and Energy at ICLEI Africa. And ICLEI Africa has been working for the last 30 years with mainly subnational governments on issues of urbanization and sustainability. But for a city network, we've never done more work with national governments. We've never done more work on multi-level governance, because the bottom line is we're not going to tackle sustainability or climate change if we do not work across all tiers of government. And so us has been so encouraging to see from every level of government here today, from across the BRICS countries, this focus on tackling urbanization in a sustainable way. I'll introduce the panelists individually. Each have been tasked with, as has occurred in the previous two sessions, shortening their inputs from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, and thank you for being willing to do that, panelists. But before I hand over to our first speaker, I wanted to just outline 3 reasons why this particular session is so vital. The first, which we all know in this room, is that BRICS countries are absolutely central to solving the climate change challenge. They're central because they house more than 40% of the global population. So the bottom line is if BRICS countries are not tackling climate change from both a mitigation and an adaptation perspective, the rest of the world will not be tackling climate change. And that's the first point. The second is that those of us working within BRICS countries recognize that we are facing extraordinarily complex decisions because the developmental challenges that we are trying to solve in our countries are overlaid with what we're calling now as scientists a polycrisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and also the pollution crisis. And this means that these types of forums, where there's exchange between similar contexts and individuals tackling similar issues, are more vital than ever before. The third is urgency. Those of us that work within the climate change field know that 2050 is often bandied around as the key year to make sure that we hit net zero globally to avoid crossing the threshold of 2 degrees Celsius globally, which would really spell disaster for most of the world, but in particular the least developed countries and those within Africa in particular. But I want to say that there is far more urgency. Essentially, we've got 2 years. because in 2024, the nationally determined contributions that our countries put together that chart the course of where they want to go in their climate change goals will be revised in that year. They will be communicated in 2025. And if these NDCs are not ambitious enough, are not strong enough, and are not implemented, then we can forget about 2050 and we can forget about 2100. So we are all shouldering this responsibility, but what's really encouraging is we're going to hear from an exceptional panel now in terms of the challenges they're facing in their countries and their work, the solutions they've implemented, and hopefully things we can take from this forum and into the day tomorrow. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. And this is the representative from Russia, Mr. Nikolai Bobolev. He was in the previous panel. He's a leading expert in the Unified Research and Design Institute for Spatial Planning of the Russian Federation. I've just been told we're not going to do that. Apologies. I was hoping to put the video link at the end, but we're going to put the video link right at the beginning, and then we'll hand over to you if that's okay. Right, let's hear from the video link, please.
Olá a todos e todas. Primeiramente, agradeço poder participar desse evento com vocês. Eu me chamo Rodolfo Moura, represento a Secretaria Nacional de Periferias, em que é o Guilherme Simões, dentro do Ministério das Cidades. No governo federal. Na mesa urbana. Antes de falar diretamente sobre esse assunto, como ele deve passar na construção das nossas cidades, acho que tem que se ressaltar que hoje a gente tem um governo que entende o tamanho do problema, o que envolve cientificamente, praticamente, um contexto de emergência climática. Não só de mudança, mas de emergência. O que nós temos que fazer agora para não só garantir um futuro melhor para as próximas gerações, mas porque a gente já população, mais impacto na nossa população seletiva. A gente tem pessoas que sentem mais do que outras o efeito das mudanças climáticas, o efeito dos eventos extremos e das mudanças que têm ocorrido em nossos territórios. Eu acho que essa reconstrução, ela passa por entender a necessidade de uma agenda de prevenção que está buscando, através de medidas não mais só de mitigação, mas medidas de adaptação, tentar chegar naqueles que mais precisam. Ser resiliente é construir uma capacidade de enfrentamento. Construir uma capacidade de enfrentamento não só governamental, não só institucional, que é muito importante, que ela se construa, que ela tenha um respaldo, que ela tenha força, que ela tenha robustez, mas passa necessariamente pela capacidade de enfrentamento que as pessoas têm que ter. Numa cultura de prevenção, numa cultura de segurança, de poder entender o seu território, poder entender as adversidades que competem ao seu território, aonde estão os perigos e principalmente aonde estão os mais vulneráveis. Aonde estão aqueles que vão precisar e precisam hoje de mais ajuda. Por diversas vezes, se pensa na construção ou no enfrentamento das mudanças climáticas num contexto global ou num contexto nacional, que tem sua importância. Mas, novamente, quando a gente discute isso em âmbito brasileiro e de realidades parecidas com as nossas aqui, ou com a nossa aqui, a gente precisa compreender que há uma desigualdade histórica nas nossas cidades, no nosso povo, na construção de desigualdades que reflete exatamente uma desigualdade espacial das nossas cidades. os mais pobres, os que têm menos capacidade de enfrentamento dessa problemática, são os que mais sofrem e os que mais vão sofrer o resultado dessas mudanças. Quando o presidente Lula coloca em seu discurso que nós precisamos colocar o pobre no orçamento, significa também colocar ele e entender o seu contexto para esse enfrentamento. Como é que a gente coloca recurso para requalificar o ambiente urbano? Como é que a gente coloca recurso por meio de medidas estruturais e não estruturais que tenham como foco inicialmente aqueles que mais vão sofrer? No caso brasileiro, são os mais pobres, são aqueles que estão nas periferias urbanas do Brasil. Eu digo isso com muita tranquilidade. E entendo que a gente está num caminho para atingir, para atender, melhor dizendo, essas pessoas. Não se tratam mais de políticas que vão beneficiar essas pessoas, mas sim atender essas pessoas, que elas são as que mais necessitam. As periferias urbanas brasileiras hoje têm uma representação. Tem uma representação dentro do governo, uma representação dentro do Ministério das Cidades, que está aqui nessa secretaria. A Secretaria Nacional de Periferias, ela vem com essa demanda que a gente tem até discutido muito, de falar de uma periferia viva, viva em todos os seus sentidos, mas que tem algumas temáticas principais que nós estamos construindo e vamos dar conta. Naquilo que reflete a urbanização dos assentamentos precários, das favelas e comunidades, e o controle dos riscos principalmente aqui da nossa demanda, dos riscos de deslizamento, inundação, que são aqueles que vão ser mais ressaltados, ou aqueles que têm sido mais vistos e potencializados pelas mudanças climáticas. Eu queria não fazer uma fala longa, mas assertiva, dizendo que a construção da resiliência urbana no contexto das mudanças climáticas passa por reconhecer que nós precisamos direcionar orçamento e esforços para atender os locais mais vulneráveis e perigosos que temos em nossos territórios. Passa exatamente por aquilo que eu falei, colocar o orçamento direcionado para essas pessoas que mais precisam. Essa é uma força que nós temos aqui, é um compromisso que nós temos aqui, é um compromisso do secretário nacional de Periferias, Guilherme Simões. Eu deixo esse recado e espero poder contribuir outras vezes, o governo brasileiro, né, sempre disposto a contribuir com essa e outras pautas. Falo de uma visão que vem do Ministério das Cidades, mas é uma visão compartilhada também por outros ministérios, como o Ministério da Integração e Desenvolvimento Regional, o Ministério do Meio Ambiente e tantos outros que entendem a importância de se discutir as mudanças climáticas. Fico por aqui e agradeço muito o espaço. Obrigado.
That was Mr. Guilherme Simões from Brazil, who's the Vice President for Peripheries, and we thank him for his input, particularly his focus on poverty. Just a quick housekeeping announcement. One of our colleagues has lost their car keys. If anyone has spotted any car keys, please hand it in at the front desk. I'm assuming this individual is trying to get home, and we'd appreciate that. Right. Let's then hand over to Mr. Nikolai Bobolev to give us some examples from Russia in terms of how the country is tackling climate change. Thank you.
Hello, many thanks, Megan, for your kind introduction. And it's actually going to be more universal, not only about Russia and mainly not about Russia, but of course with some kind of BRICS perspective. So my main message for this presentation is a need for three-dimensional planning. As many of us are urban planners, we all know that usually we have just a sheet of paper which is flat, and the cities are, of course, three-dimensional. So this is the main message, that now we need to plan in 3 dimensions. We need to plan resilience, we need to plan sustainable development goals, we need to plan big data, and everything. Everything has 3 dimensions. So I'm advocating this. So I will briefly go through the contents. You can see it here. So I will give some examples and some basics why I think what would be the content of the 3 dimensions. So the problem is that we say compact urbanization, a compact city, but you see data is not like that. In developed and in developing countries, where even population has been falling, urban areas has been expanded. So we are not making good progress on goal 11 in this regard. So how do we do compact cities? Maybe these are some kind of innovation and architectural and futuristic ideas, not about skyscrapers, about earth scrapers. And indeed, I'm a specialist in urban underground space. And as you see, ideas for urban underground space planning were put put out a century ago. But now what a really big expansion into this was technology enabled, and it's happened over, I would say, the last 2 decades. So, but here is some modern innovations. Of course, you all know Tesla and Elon Musk and tunnels, but this is just one of example how many things are now going into underground. And another picture is more than 100 years old. So you see, underground space has been already quite crowded, but no planning, ad hoc planning, unfortunately. So these are some of my personal data which I was researching on and compiling and asking relative authorities for statistics on urban underground space. This is the best we have so far, and this is the model with cities who are actively use underground space. And as you see, there are some prominent BRICS cities here too. So these are initial ideas of planning, a little bit touching underground, where the urban plan can be based on location of infrastructure, of sewers. But it is, of course, not enough. So this is some new ideas, which is quite recent. We published it just last year. I put forward what actually we should be planning in 3 dimensions. What are the things underground? And I move a little bit faster here. I would just stress main approaches. So first approach is resources of underground space, and some of them are non-renewable as opposite to airspace, which also needs to be planned. We have a concept of city airport now, of course. So that was the first one. The second one is resilience, which is the main theme of this session. As you see, historically, in St. Petersburg, for example, in Russia, as in many European cities, we have a historic fire machines depot, but no ambulance, for example. So we need to, if we were to increase urban resilience, we need to put this infrastructure somewhere. And often the place in historic cities are not there, but there were responses needed. Here are some examples on flood management and on earth-sheltered buildings, which brings me to the second, one more illustration of the need for planning, which is geothermal energy. And of course, groundwater, which is very important in many, especially important in many developing, fast-growing megacities in Africa and Asia. Environmental planning is important, and I want to stress that, and I'm happy that many colleagues also acknowledge this in the high-level talks today, that if we plan, we need to planet green, environmentally friendly, to increase also quality of life, because it's the main trade-off. How do we plan a compact city, keeping quality of life? So I think I move a little bit faster here. This is a little bit more research on infrastructure and ecosystem services and on changing spatial arrangement of the future city, of different spatial location of infrastructure on a vertical line. Some more on methodology of what could that be, three-dimensional planning. We started. I am not going to explain all this, but some kind of stuff is already there, and you can read it in academic publications yet, not in policy papers yet. Maybe this is one of idea for our BRICS community here, what should be next steps for our cooperation. I think I will not reiterate conclusions. They are here on the screen, and again, there are some references, and with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai, and in particular for bringing to our attention some potential really innovative solutions to the challenges. In my opening remarks, the situation is dire, but I do think there are some solutions, particularly the ones that you presented, that could be taken forward, particularly by cities and countries that are still developing. I dislike the word leapfrog, but there is the potential that these new technologies can take our cities to the next level, and we don't need to do it the way it's been done in the past. So now we're going to hear from a Chinese representative, Mr. Zheng. He's the Vice President of the China Academy of Urban Planning and Design. Mr. Zheng, we look forward to hearing your inputs.
好，尊敬的各位来宾、各位朋友，大家好。我跟大家交流题目是在符合灾害背景下，提高应对气候变化韧性。在全球气候变化背景下，预计未来我国的气温、海平面的上升速度将快于全球平均水平。未来全球变暖将使极端高温、洪涝、干旱、冰冻、风暴潮等各种极端气候的灾害的强度和频率会进一步增加，将给我国带来复合性、极端性的灾害影响，影响范围和程度将加大加深。因此，为了建设气候变化韧性，我们遵循规划引领、主动适应、积极减排的原则，着重从源头上的空间规划进行规避优化，以及从末端上基础设施的安全保障这两个方面来提高应对气候变化的韧性。我们主要从以下几个方面进行具体的策略。第一是加强政策法规的支持。2007年以来，出台了包括《中国应对气候变化国家方案》，2013年出台国家适应气候变化战略，2014年出台国家应对气候变化规划，2014到2020年，2015年又出台了城市适应气候变化行动方案，2022年又出台了国家适应气候变化战略2035。第二是我们要强化空间规划管控，国土空间规划是从源头规避气候变化灾害风险，提高应对气候变化能力最有效、最重要的工具和手段。根据气候变化的预估结果，慎重确定城乡建设用地、基础设施的选址，慎重确定用地功能，滨海地区合理预留滨海缓冲带等等。第三是我们开展气候风险评估，主要包括识别面临气候变化的主要风险，包括极端高温、海平面上升等等。第二是识别气候变化对包括供水、排水、能源、交通对城市的范围和影响的程度，以及识别关键因素和节点。第四个策略，我们是优化城市空间布局，通过优化城市空间布局和空间形态，严格控制建设用地规模，防止城市边界无序蔓延。同时，我们优化城市平面空间形态， 以促进通风降温，有效降低街道冷风程度，同时也优化城市立体空间形态，合理建设建筑高度和密度，减少对城市内部温度和通风的影响。第5个策略是严控围海填海造地。鉴于气候变化带来的海平面上升和风暴潮等灾害，以适当降低沿海城市发展的临海程度，避免人口聚集、产业经济的过度临海化，从源头避免超过人类目前预测能力气候灾害对沿海地区造成的影响。第6是夯实城市基础设施。基础设施的规划设计，我们坚持适度冗余、多样性、弹性和鲁棒性的原则，以提高其气候变化韧性，包括提高基础设施的供给能力，确定基础设施的供应来源时充分体现多样性，避免单一来源在遭遇气候变化灾害时发生系统崩溃，也包括提高各类基础设施抵御极端天气和自然灾害的能力。各种基础设施在抵御极端天气和自然灾害时，仍然能够正常的运转，或者遭到破坏时能及时启动备用系统，或者在较短的时间内得到修复并重新运转。第7个方面，我们是推进海绵城市建设。海绵城市是一个应对气候变化挑战、构建健康城市水循环系统的重要纽带，将供水、排水、水环境连接起来，通过分散式的绿色基础设施，将气候变化增量对排水防涝系统和水环境系统的冲击化整为零，起到很好的吸收和消纳作用，同时通过雨水的循环利用，缓解水资源的紧缺程度。最后一个策略，我们是提升监测预警应急能力，建立完善高效的监测预警系统和应急救援体系，能够在气候灾害发生之前提前防范和规避风险，在气候灾害发生时尽可能的减少损失，在气候灾害发生之后快速的恢复。同时，我们也提升应对气候变化的社会韧性，加强灾害分析和信息公开，开展市民风险防范和自救互救教育，建立气候灾害保险制度，充分发挥社会力量在应急管理与保障中的作用。最后，我想说，我们愿意与金砖各国一道，积极探索印度气候变化大背景下的韧性城市建设，分享经验，相互学习，共同推动城市的可持续发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeng, and in particular for highlighting to us how central land is as an issue in tackling climate change and how China is leading in interventions to tackle climate change through land monitoring and control. We're now going to turn to Nkosisiwe Hlolo, the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. We look forward to hearing your input, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to pass my greetings to your Royal Highnesses that are in the room and all the dignitaries that are also with us and our guests from various countries. You know, there's a saying that there's nothing new under the sun. And you realize that indeed it's true as you reflect, because when you look at the kingdom of Mapungubwe here in South Africa, the Rosie Empire in Zimbabwe, Munomutapa, and in West Africa, the kingdom of Mansa Musa, they presided over urbanized communities. And yet we find ourselves in the same position here in South Africa over 600 years later, where our communities are rapidly urbanizing. There's huge population growth. But what does it mean for us really? You know, it means that traditional communities and their leaders should be ready for this new phenomenon. Fortunately, government is building new cities here and there. What it means is that rural communities and their leaders must also be in a position to complement what government is doing. Through private partnership, they should be able to do that, because with private partnership, you are able to bring value out of the whole value chain, because the land is there already. Ours is just to use it, but we must also be able to bring in the academia into this kind of space, so that we can accelerate the research and everything that has to do with that. The second part of what does it mean is that it provides an opportunity to reimagine ourselves as Africans in our original format, you know, post the colonial era. What do I mean by that? It means we are challenging the architects in our country and the designers that whatever it is that they build as we urbanize, it must reflect who we are as people. It should not be a question of taking a new building in New York or anywhere in key areas of the world and bringing it here, or taking a new building in Johannesburg or Cape Town and taking it to Taung for that matter. Our architects and the designers should follow what was done during the World Cup. You look at the design of FNB, it reflects the calabash, and it was an attempt to reimagine ourselves as people. So the originality and the thinking in the designs should be able to bring us closer to who we are. And there are people who are saying that traditional authority might be relevant now that there's urbanization. But obviously that is not true, because you look at Britain and London in particular, it's a highly urbanized area, but the key anchor of that whole country and their main town is around royalty. Everything revolves around royalty. So as we are at the beginning stage of urbanization, it means the royalty of South Africa can position itself correctly to ensure that something similar that is happening in London can happen here in South Africa. We should be at the forefront of ensuring that we do not follow urbanization. Urbanization follows our thinking and our planning. Deputy Minister Pakstow, building of new cities in rural areas will benefit metropolitan areas more than anything, because it will assist in unclogging the system. The infrastructure is collapsing. Even as we speak about this urbanization, we are actually speaking about our people from the rural areas who are squashed in Alexandra and all of that. Those are our people in the village. As we build new towns to cater for urbanization in our rural areas and new cities, we will be unclogging the infrastructure that is in your major metropolitan areas. So the question of urbanization, it's not specifically a rural matter. It's a matter that requires everyone in the country to make sure that it's for the benefit of the country in totality, because it's the farmer in the village that makes sure that there's bacon and eggs in Sentin and everywhere else. So it requires a collective effort to ensure that it becomes a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kosisi Shlolo. In particular, what I find inspiring about your inputs was context is key, homegrown solutions as essential and highlighting how important partnerships are. So thank you so much for your input. Now I'm going to call upon Councillor Pakunsi. She is the mayor of Swelopele municipality, and she was also recently inducted as a commissioner on the South African Climate Change Commission, particularly representing local governments. So Mayor, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Dr. Megan. Let me observe the protocol that has been established. I need to start by saying local government is everybody's business. For it to work, it needs all of us. My input is on the impact of disasters and shocks because of climate change in traditional areas, unpacking the effects on the communities in respect of social, economic, and built environment. Local government through the country, including in traditional areas, are facing the negative impacts of extreme climate events, such as severe droughts and heavily rains that's causing things like desertification. That is pushing many communities whose livelihoods is dependent on subsistence farming and natural resources at risk on the one hand, and they're putting the basic services and infrastructure under severe threat. Communities are often cut off when roads, electricity, and telecommunications infrastructure is destroyed and washed away by floods. This therefore impacts negatively on the social well-being of the people because they are not able challenges on the infrastructure and economic sectors, in turn strain public budgets and reduce the attractiveness for private investors in small municipalities, because the effects of climate change are not only on cities, but also on small municipalities and rural areas. If not addressed, climate-related risk could jeopardize the country's economic growth and financial stability, while disproportionately affecting the poor and vulnerable groups. A program director, given the continued and increasing pressures of climate change, acting at the local level is an urgent matter. Local governments, both rural and urban, are in the forefront on the line of climate action, but they are unable to shoulder the massive infrastructure investment and adaptation efforts required for sustainable, low to no emission and climate resilient developments. It is important that local government receive the necessary support and gain access to climate finance that enables both immediate recovery from extreme events and their resultant losses and damage to key social and economic infrastructure, as well as the transformation of service delivery that allows adaptability to long-term, slow onset impacts of climate change. As frontline responders to the effects of global warming, they must create sustainable development pathways for resilient communities. However, a low-carbon resilient society requires a structural change of enormous scale and speed. This requires joint action by all sectors of society and levels of government. Coordinating these efforts and ensuring their coherence within a multi-level governance systems is key to driving forward effective, efficient, and ambitious climate actions. We therefore call on the BRICS partners to elevate cooperation in respect of efforts to respond to climate change by establishing a local government climate change program that seeks to facilitate sharing of best practice, technology, innovation, and climate-related technical skills, because we don't want to do it in a silo that a particular city does this and a particular country does this. In order to ensure that this happens effectively, we must facilitate access to finance for local actions. In conclusion, we must ensure that our transition to a more resilient society and economy must be just, including taking into account the impact on municipalities and vulnerable communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And we've heard also from the SALGA president this call potentially for a BRICS local government climate change program for this exchange of lessons between local governments in the BRICS country. And then also as a good pivot to our next speaker, Mayor Pukunsi calling for increased access to climate finance for municipalities to take climate change action. And so with that, I will then introduce Councillor Morero, who is a member of the Mayoral Committee for Finance at the City of Johannesburg. So of course, Councillor, speak to what you wish, but it would be really interesting to hear your take on finance, particularly for municipal climate action. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. Let me also observe the protocol that has already been acknowledged. Perhaps let me start, or rather open by saying, the just transition must be just. And what do I mean in that statement? I mean the following, that would need to talk to people, protect jobs and the economy and the environment. We should make sure that we take it into consideration as we manage in the transition. We did acknowledge, of course, and we do subscribe to the Paris Accord, and that we are addressing the following issues through the Paris Accord. One, the long-term temperature goal. We are addressing the voluntary cooperation. We think it's an important aspect as it relates to the Paris Accord. The third aspect being finance, technology, and capacity building. Fourth being climate change, education, training, public awareness, public participation, and public access to information. And this particular point in itself is the one that I would want to speak to, as you have acknowledged in Johannesburg now recently that we are experiencing high levels of rain or more rains which are leading to floods. Therefore, we need to begin aggressive campaigns on educating and training our people on matters that relate to them not building along flood lines, which we have seen it in a number of poor areas or in the township areas where you have informal settlements that are being built along flood lines. And as a result of that, we have seen floods and people losing their homes. So those are some of the issues that we have committed ourselves to as Johannesburg. And therefore, for us as the city of Johannesburg, we are playing our part by putting developmental programs that contribute to the reduction of greenhouse emissions. And some of these programs are, and I'll quote a few of the programs that we've committed ourselves to. One is the Corridors of Freedom. These are high-density integrated corridors building on the back of our mass transit system, linking disparate parts of the city. So in the intention here was to address the spatial development of the city and stitch our city together, but at the same time respond to the greenhouse emissions. Two, the conversion of our metro bus fleet to hybrid fuel system, prioritizing biogas against diesel as we transit to hydrogen and other clean fuels in the city. We're also looking at waste to energy programs, and we are currently undertaking an important program, which is a triple P program, which we hope to implement and finalize in this financial year by addressing one of our landfills. And in that landfill, our intention is then to convert a waste to energy. And the last program, of course, is our green bond, which is the first green bond that the city would have issued, and it's linked to the climate change, listed, of course, on the Stock Exchange International. Madam Chair, perhaps as I want to conclude, we have to deal with the elephant in the room, which is to accept that there's a need for a differentiated responsibility towards climate change. And rather in simple terms, what we're saying here is that the rich must pay more. Therefore, our CO2 contributions cannot be the same as those who have exploited our resources over decades, or rather many decades. Therefore, we believe that they should pay for the exploitation. Whilst we are an urbanized city, we have to deal with some of the following issues which continue to affect us as big cities, especially the city of Johannesburg. One being the growing unemployment rate, which is now sitting at about 34%, and that of the youth is sitting at about 47%. We're also experiencing a growing population, and Johannesburg as a city is at least receiving about 15,000 people coming from all over South Africa, from all the 9 provinces, and of course about 3,000 coming from other African countries coming into Johannesburg. Lastly, we are also experiencing informal settlements, which are now sitting at about 312. Therefore, program director, hard decisions must be made. And this is why it is important to remind the world that the just transition must be just and must be a transition towards sustainable development, linking development to people, planet, and the environment. For the city of Johannesburg, we have developed scenarios to help us to navigate this balancing act. And scenario 1, we called it Things Fall Apart. And this is where we are recognizing a point in which our revenue base shrinks. Scenario 2, we called it War and Peace. And the intention is to acknowledge redistribution is on the agenda, and therefore there's loss of revenue from bulk infrastructure. And also understanding that for local government to also succeed, we need to take from the rich to be able to subsidize the poor. Scenario 3 refers to the cost of doing nothing. And that is where we say resources are not there, therefore we give up. But however, we chose scenario 4, which refers to the Johannesburg 2040 growth and development strategy, which is our long-term developmental approach. And this is the approach that we thought it will help us to navigate some of these challenging situations. We therefore opted for scenario 4, which is of course aligned to the UN SDGs and the National Development Plan 2030, and acknowledging the reality that the city and its peers remain the pivot around which our country grows and a future prosperity for all. As I conclude, or as I sit down, we need to share, of course, experiences and learn lessons from all countries and cities in the BRICS community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for highlighting some of the successes in the city of Johannesburg, but also the challenges, and reminding us that at the heart of it, this transition has to be just. It has to prioritize the most vulnerable and those living in poverty. So with that, I'm going to call up Mr. Desegin Naidu, who is the adaptation lead for the South African Presidential Climate Change Commission. Over to you.
Thank you, Megan. You've contained us to 300 seconds, so let me use those very carefully. Greetings to all of you, and your leadership is recognized. And there have been some incredible presentations throughout the day, and as Megan said earlier, every one of those sessions has been a climate change session. So we shouldn't grumble too much about time. I want to make 5 points quickly and crisply and see if there's going to be opportunity to get resonance and further discussion further on in the agenda. The first is the context for local government as a theatre of operation is endorsed in multiple places as the place of change. The most recent one being the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, which pointed very directly to both the challenges as well as the opportunities for the turnaround of the local government of the urban environment, but also the urban environment change as the catalyst for national and supranational change towards a more sustainable development model in the world, hopefully a much lower carbon trajectory as well. And one of the core concepts inside there is this concept of climate resilient development pathways. As BRICS, we are largely developing countries. This includes the 40 or so other countries that have expressed an interest in joining this BRICS formation. So we are in a development phase, and that development phase will be strongly informed by climate resilience. And one of the concepts we're playing with in the South African environment right now is converting those CRDPs into CRDSs, climate resilient development strategies for our cities and towns under the banner of the just urban transition. And this is something we want to export as an idea to our BRICS partners and invite a team build around this. The second thing I'm going to put out is the big idea. Firstly, completely endorsing this concept that Salga has put forward now in 2 presentations around the notion of a BRICS local government climate change forum, which is a very powerful idea. The thing it should be fitting into, though, is something our leaders should give consideration to in the next couple of weeks, and that is forming the BRICS Climate Club. In this formation, we have a bunch of countries who are among the highest emitters currently in the world, if you consider per capita emissions as well. They're also the countries that are making the highest investments in transition, the highest investments in renewable energy, in both policy and actual spend and infrastructure development is in the current BRICS membership. And some of the partners that want to join will bolster this to the next level of the game. They're also some of the most vulnerable countries in the world around climate disasters. So the whole idea of creating a BRICS climate club within which we can foster the aims of local government towards resilience and low carbon development is perfect. But it has to be underlined, as many speakers have spoken thus far, by this notion of the just transition. And South Africa has a just transition framework, which we have shared with our fellow BRICS partners. And core to that justice is the notion of procedural justice. It's a big deal in all of our countries. The notion of distributive justice, and the notion of restorative justice, because we all come from backgrounds, whether it's colonization or imperialism, from very difficult backgrounds that has embedded a current inequality in the world. So the idea should be that we bring together these concepts very concretely in creating this BRICS Climate Club, because there are many things we need to discuss and engineer and develop on our own as BRICS partners that the multilateral platform simply doesn't allow us to do. And to endorse several of the things that have been said thus far, including the notion of common and differentiated responsibility in that development. So creating this block, a block that not only has a political strategy around how to negotiate, but also develops very rapidly a track record of investment and climate resilient development as part of its contribution to the global goals, but more importantly, in the shorter term, towards bringing up the levels of our resistance to the issues of poverty and inequality and unemployment in all of our countries. The last point I want to put out around this in the couple of seconds I have left is core to all of this, and this has been raised in a couple of discussions already. One of the things we have to pull out is this thing around a climate resilience investment plan and the different components of that. Of course, it's not only about finance. It is about resourcing. It is about re-engineering the prioritization, all of which we can do together if we manage to form this club and organize not only to share, but use our collective capacities to introduce the innovation that, in fact, the whole world needs to move to climate resilience. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you, Diskin, and in particular for sharing with us something that we are quite proud of as South Africans, how the Presidential Climate Change Commission is bringing the best science and evidence and using that to inform government policy and planning, and in particular through things like the climate resilience development pathways. Our final speaker is Ms. Barbara Mshungisi, and she's the Deputy Director General Development and Planning in the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Barbara, round us up and leave us with something to think about over dinner.
Thank you. Thank you. Greetings and good afternoon. I'm tempted to just say protocol observed, but I know it's not proper in this province of ours. You heard from our deputy minister, he started off in style. So I'm also tempted to acknowledge Amakosason Lugulu, led by the chair of the National House of Traditional Leaders and the Khoisan leaders, and also our deputy chair of the provincial house, led by Unkosi Stole, who is in the midst. Thank you, Dr. Megan, for the opportunity to share our experience at this BRICS Urbanization Forum. Coming to the lead question that you gave me, around the key shocks and stresses that we face as a province in light of climate change, I'll attempt to contextualize within Durban, our host city. As urban areas, we are faced with multiple interacting stressors due to climate change. And these range from your tsunamis, above normal heavy rain, leading to flooding and mudslides, informal settlement fires, drought, and of late, as our province, we've been faced with strong winds as well as tornadoes. Our location also in the East Coast has resulted in issues around severe flooding. In contextualizing Durban, with 98 kilometers of coastline, 18 major rivers, a third of the land classified as of biodiversity importance, and we also have over 600 informal settlements as indicated by the Deputy Mayor this morning. And in those 600 informal settlements, we've got over 800,000 people living in the informal settlements, coming from all over all over Africa, and therefore it presents challenges in terms of housing allocation. Most of these informal settlements are also in sensitive areas as identified in the Durban Open Space System, the DMOS, and we're talking of a third of these settlements or of the area and DMOS. eThekwini, again, in terms of the Gini coefficient, we are looking at 0.63, with one being the most unequal. So we are talking of a society that is facing a lot of inequality, and this is also based on our history as a country. With this background, Durban is therefore striving to be climate resilient against all odds, and this is a titanic task given the circumstances. I also need to give a highlight in terms of the climate challenges and the finances that we require to address some of the damages that we are facing due to climate change. We experienced heavy rains in 2018, which cost over 1.2 billion US dollars. In the same year, we're faced with fires that ravaged KZN and Mpumalanga, with damages exceeding over 430 million. We also, jumping to 2015, we experienced drought. So one would be surprised, we are crying of floods, but at the same time, we experienced drought. That is the situation that we're faced with due to climate change. In April 2022, we faced our worst devastating disaster, where we lost over 459 lives. 67 are still missing as we speak. And over 40,000 individuals were left destitute with no housing. And the most affected were obviously our coastal strips. And also these are the areas that house the more urbanized communities. And this is also the areas that house our manufacturing hub. With this diverse topography, we are prone to flood dynamics. We've got steep slopes, the rapid runoff then results in prolonged flooding. The issue then becomes, what are we doing about it as a province and as a country? What can we learn from each other as the BRICS nation? I need to give a round of applause to CSIR, the partnership that we have on a program called MetroView Green Book. If you want, you can Google it, and in it you would see it's an open access online planning tool for climate resilience. And in there, you'd also notice that we have detail, ward level detail or data in terms of the likelihood of climate hazards occurrence, the risk exposure, the vulnerability. It also has a list of action plans for the identified hazards. And we can then learn from each other in terms of what needs to be done. Municipalities, therefore, have got the tools in place, and that what they need now is to implement those tools through the ward-based structures that we have and budget for the implementation of the resilient infrastructure, as well as programs that will assist our communities. We do have the use of GIS and remote sensing technologies in the country, but unfortunately the capacity is limited, as well as the financial resources to implement some of the provisions when it comes to remote sensing technologies. But there is valuable data, especially on flood-prone areas, which have all been mapped for the country, and we are then able to determine where to place our communities and also the sensitive areas. It will not be proper for me not to mention the community-based climate education and awareness that we have, including the impact-based warning systems that we receive from the South Africa Weather Service. These are context-based solutions. We also have another example of the Umngeni Resilience Project, which aims to increase the resilience of communities in the outskirts or in the Umngeni catchment, addressing the low-lying high-density settlements in the outskirts of the city. These are some of the innovations that we have implemented to address the climate issues, and also the issues around addressing the planning and governance issues through the IUDF that was showcased earlier in the day, as well as programs such as the rehabilitation of the small towns to address the flooding, as well as the dilapidation in terms of the infrastructure that we have. The approaches, therefore, that we are using are mainly around improved urban policy and governance, as well as ensuring through the adaptation and mitigation, we address the challenges that we face. We have tools that are aligned to the Integrated Development Plan. Let's Respond Toolkit that is still applicable, and we are utilizing it as a country to address issues of climate change linked to the Integrated Development Plan. We also have the provincial planning norms and standards that we've developed linked to the planning legislation, and we're also utilizing these as some of the tools that will assist us moving forward. I would not, therefore, dwell much in terms of the bus rapid transport systems, as well as the issues of promoting alternative energy. These have been mentioned by my colleagues that spoke earlier on, including the issues that were raised around the cities that we have. In terms of the shocks around traditional areas, those have also been mentioned, and occupants of traditional settlements are also facing the brunt of climate change, and with the unpredictable weather, it becomes difficult to address issues of food security as well as subsistence farming, and those are issues that we need to address moving forward in partnership with the BRICS nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And of course, reflecting again on the floods that we've heard about throughout the day that affected this area. And the science is now clear that those most recent floods were 2 times more likely because of climate change. And we've seen KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini municipality taking great strides to ensure that for future such events, the loss of life and the loss of infrastructure is as low as possible. So good strides being made forward, of course. So that brings us to the end of this session. I think we've kept good time, Program Director. And really, I just wanted to highlight just a few key words that I heard from this session. Poverty, innovation, context, finance, just transition, and science. And so with that, I'm happy to close the session, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to having some refreshments after this and chatting further with colleagues. Thank you so much.
Dr. Megan Spires, thank you very much. Thanks also to the members of the panel. Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent. If I may kindly request you to join us at the podium to assist us in handing over the tokens of appreciation. That's Ms. Mapatane Homo. Starting with the facilitator, Dr. Spires. Dr. Nikolai Bobulev. Mr. Zhang. Josi Siatlolo. Councillor Pukunzi. Councillor Morero. Mr. Naidu. And finally, Ms. Babram Kuchin. You know what to do when you get back to the office, Ms. Kuchin. Let's not fight over that. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the first day of the program. We had a late start in the morning, but at least we were able to make up for lost time a little bit later in the day. Now, tomorrow, we are back here at 9 o'clock. We are going to have 3 facilitated sessions with panel members, and then we'll move towards the closing and last session of the day. In the program, we do indicate that ultimately the intention is to develop partnerships towards an equitable, just transition towards sustainable urban development. So towards the end of the program tomorrow, we'll go back to the panel that helped us to open the forum, and we'll ask them the question, how do we go towards the building of these partnerships that we are talking about? So the last session for tomorrow will be themed towards developing a partnership for equitable, just transition for sustainable urban development. Those points were already coming throughout the day. You've heard the suggestions that were being made already about a forum for local government, around a BRICS club, about the role of traditional leadership, about the importance of ensuring that as we work together, we retain the designs that we have, retain the local flavor. So if it's in South Africa, the designs must reflect an African flavor. Should be the same in Brazil, should be the same in China, should be the same in Russia. You've had also specific proposals being made about project development facilities, working together towards such a facility. You've had also proposals being made about creating platforms for knowledge sharing between the BRICS family members. So the expectation is that as we go towards closure tomorrow, all those will be pulled together to try to address that theme about developing a partnership for equitable, just transition, for sustainable urban development. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, this is the end of today's session. You're all invited to dinner, courtesy of the city of eThekwini, Hall 3, which I believe is upstairs. That's where it's going to happen. So it is 10 to 6 now. If we can make sure that by 6:30, we are all in Hall 3 to enjoy the dinner. I've been promised that there will be meat this time. There were concerns earlier that there was fish and then there was chicken and that they don't count as meat. So that's what will be happening. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow.